1 2 1 2 1 2.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Billy Wong from the Hong Kong Trade Development Council Research Department. It's my pleasure to be here today to share with you the development here in Hong Kong as well as in the Asia Pacific region and see how Hong Kong can serve as an international business hub to help you to promote your business in this part of the world. Well, for those who are not familiar with Hong Kong Trade Development Council, let me just say a few words about our organization. The Hong Kong Trade Development Council is set up by the Hong Kong government. Our primary role is to promote trade in goods as well as in professional services, including financial services. And also we want to promote Hong Kong as a business platform, helping business from around the world to do business in Asia region, in particular related to China mainland. And we have over 50 offices globally to help you to make up the business connections. And how do we promote trade in products? Basically through trade fairs. Before the pandemic, I would say, the normal time, we organize more than 30 physical trade fairs every year, and 5 of them are already the largest in the world, including electronics, watch and clocks, gift and premium, jewelry, and lighting products. So you can ride on these big mega trade fairs to find your right business partners. Now, of course, because of the pandemic, some of these physical trade fairs we can't go on further because of the travel restriction. But we move them online already. Particularly, say, for example, in the coming months, we are going to organize our Southern Show both mainly online, but also we are hoping that we can also organize a small scale offline trade fairs as well. And also you can ride on these online trade fairs, which has already been receiving quite a good response from our exhibitors and buyers. About professional services. How do we promote professional services? Through organizing flagship conferences on different sectors. For example, our flagship Asian Financial Forum, basically targeting our financial services, will build up this platform.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time now is 9:15, and we're supposed to start according to the program at 9. So let's apologize for the slight delay. I'm a little bit fluish, so I'm hoping that I'll be audible enough. And I'll try my level best to drive the program as it has been given to me. My name is Anele Kaba. I'm the Executive Director for Economic Development, Tourism and Agriculture within the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, and I'll be your Program Director for the first session of this morning. And I must say that I'll hand over to my colleague after tea time to take over. Running through the program, there are some slight changes. From 9, we're supposed to having the scene setting by Mr. John Rocker. However, that will then be now done by Mr. Pakamisa George. I also know that a number of people have joined us online, and they are also most welcome, as well as those that are present in a venue. Maybe before I just call you Mr. George up on stage, I must say that there are a lot of opportunities and advantages that are presented to us as the province, and one of those is the relocation of the headquarters of Transnet National Ports Authority to the Port of Nuga. It is a great advantage for the Eastern Cape community, and we hope that at least that will help in speeding some of the decision and improving some of the export issues in the region. We therefore, as the stakeholders in the province, have to ensure that that particular process is not in any way delayed, or because we have heard that some of the provinces, like eThekwini in particular, the city, eThekwini, they are fighting that particular move to have the offices coming into our region. And we'll have to stand up as stakeholders, because we do deserve that these headquarters are in our province. We are the province with 3 ports, and it therefore, sits well that the headquarters are located in the Eastern Cape province. And therefore, colleagues, this is just, and stakeholders, a call that we need to ensure that we support and lobby as much as possible to ensure that that particular move is concluded. I will now run through the program as I've indicated. We're going to have Mr. Pakamisa George, who's going to take us through the scene setting. And then thereafter, from 9:20 to 10:20, we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Grant so far, as indicated, on doing business in Ghana. Then at from 22:10 to 10 o'clock, we are going to have Mr. Ansuman, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that one right, who's the Deputy Director, Investment Promotion and Private Investment Promotion Agency. Then from there, from 10 o'clock to 10:20, we're going to have export opportunities in Ethiopia, a presentation that is going to be done by Ms. Nolufefe Dwabayo. Then we'll move from 10:20 to 11:20 to have a presentation on export opportunities in Lesotho, and Mr. Skete Pohlo is going to take us through that particular presentation, and thereafter we'll have a quick session on questions and answers over the presentation, and then that will then take us to the tea break, and thereafter that will then end my time on this particular program, and I'll have to go and take my medication. Without wasting any time, can I call up on stage Mr. George to take us through the scene setting? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Esteemed guests and delegates, our partners, potential buyers that are joining us virtually online, my colleagues from various trade and investment agencies across the African continent and in other regions of the world, the accounting officers of the government institutions from various departments in South Africa that are joining us on this very important event. Our partners, the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, the Buffalo City Metro, and the Shareholder Department, Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Welcome. Thank you this morning. Mine is very short. I want to set the scene regarding the province of the Eastern Cape. This is not a small province if you compare the land mass of the whole country. The Eastern Cape is the second largest in terms of the land area, with 168,966 square meters. And it's got a population of 7 million. By the statistics of 2019-2020, it's got a GDP of 237 billion South African rand at the record of the end of the financial year 2019-2020. This province has recorded in 2019-2020 14.2 billion trade surplus, and most of the exports, unfortunately, which is sometimes maybe an opportunity, about 58% of the exports from the Eastern Cape go to Europe, followed by 21% to Asia, and a number of more in the SACU region of the continent, and very few going to North Africa and the East African region, which is something that maybe out of this symposium we should be looking into. It is true that the value of exports also mimic the value of imports, because if you look at 54% of our imports also come from Europe, and 25% of our imports come from Asia. It also mimics the ratio that you look at the value of what we're exporting and what export destinations. The Eastern Cape has got huge potential in agricultural production. Although in the basket of our exports, we would find that the biggest chunk of that basket goes to automotive and automotive components manufacturers. Even there, you find that 51% of our exports goes to the bulk of our export go to Europe. But the province is holding about 70% of auto component manufacturers in South Africa. As you know that the Eastern Cape in South Africa, the biggest component of auto and auto components manufacturers in the country are found here in the Eastern Cape. But that is not all from the Eastern Cape. We are the biggest producers of red meat in the country, beef, mutton, goat meat. We also biggest producer of mohair and wool in the country. Some of the best tasting pineapples are found here in the Eastern Cape. In dairy, a significant portion of the production of dairy come from this province, the province of the Eastern Cape. If you go to products like pharmaceutical aloe, extracts and extract from other natural herbs and plants, there are plenty in the Eastern Cape, like aloe, the rooibos. You find a lot of those that are available in the Eastern Cape for export. And this is the most beautiful province in the country with 800 kilometers of the coastline. It's got a developed rail network. It's got 3 seaports. It's got 3 airports. So it is easy to get in and to get goods in and out of this province. It's connected rail by sea. That is the advantageous natural endowments that we do have in this province. And if you're looking for a getaway for ecotourism, this is the best province to do that. It's called the home of the legends, because of the various icons that led the struggle for liberation of the people of this country that are coming from this province. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, this is a province of plenty. This is a province of a lot of opportunities. The government of the Eastern Cape, in partnership with the national government, established 2 special economic zones in East London and in Kucha, in Port Elizabeth. These 2 special economic zones are providing a suitable site for export-led investment, for investors that want to invest in the Eastern Cape for production that are targeting exports. So those zones are available, they are suitable, they still have got plenty of unutilized capacity for investors that are targeting the other regions of the world but want to use the Eastern Cape as a gateway for their products and services. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to the scene-setting presentation. Today, we're looking forward to getting our companies in the Eastern Cape and our policymakers listening to the opportunities that are presented from various regions of the world. And therefore, this day is very important to both the companies that are targeting export, but also decision makers and policy makers of our province. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. George, for that overview and scene setting. Nice and straight, short and straight to the point. I will now be calling up, the next presenter will be now be doing it virtually. And I'm told that he is ready. Am I correct? Or they're still, okay. There's still a few minutes. He's still trying to connect. I was hoping that I wasn't going to be getting any time to start talking. The main reason that I'm not in the program is because that once I start talking, I just can't stop talking. And I always argue that once you start to talk the issues of the economy, the trade and investment, you can't be limited in 10, 15 minutes time, and especially if you are going to be talking about this particular province. And therefore, I opted for this particular task of being a program director, because as a program director, you just call the speaker and you step down. You don't have to say any other thing. I've seen in the past other program directors, as I was watching Mr. George yesterday, you find out they talk, the time that they get is even more than the allocated time for the actual speakers. They use that particular platform to advance, other issues that they wanted to take across to the audience. So, fortunately and unfortunately, as Mr. George indicated yesterday, this is the new way of doing business. This is the new normal. However, I think our systems, they need to start catching up with the 4th industrial revolution as the COVID-19 has speeded up. Sir, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Ted Keenan. I'm from the Daily Dispatch. There is seat you here, I see.
There you go. You know, I love to, I love that type of a question, and I'm always happy that there's the media amongst us. Mr. George, you can come up, and I want him to start interrogating you in the meantime. You know, I need a follow-up question. Okay.
That's fine. Thank you very much, sir, from the media. We are a very important partner on platforms like this. I just want to mention that hemp production or the production of cannabis is one of the priority agricultural products of the Eastern Cape government. It's been prioritized, resources have been allocated, especially in the financial year 2021, 2022. However, there are issues related to national regulations that have to be completed. The responsibility for regulating hemp production used to be under SABRA, under the Department of Health, but it has since been transferred to the National Department of Agriculture Land Reform. So that transfer has got regulatory implications as well, which are now being finalized. We're hopeful that maybe by the end of the first quarter of 2021-2022 financial year, all those regulations would have been sorted out. The Premier of the Eastern Cape government set up a task team that is working on a strategy for the Eastern Cape.
Can I request Mr. George that you sit next to him and finish up that answering? Yeah, the speaker is ready, unfortunately. Can we take the speaker? Over to you, thanks. Morning, Mr. Grant. If you can hear us, Mr. Grant, over
Hello.
to you.
Hello?
Morning, Mr. Grant, we can hear you. Over to you, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Grant, we can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Over to you, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Grant. Hello, sir. We can hear you. Over to you, sir. We can hear you.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Pretty well. And yourself? And yourself? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I'm from Guinea Conakry from the Private Investment Promotion Agency. Yes, this is Yofi Grant from the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Oh, great. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So now, we are waiting for the rest of the team, right? Yes, I suppose so. Okay. So how is Ghana? Pretty good, pretty good. Nice. Well, I've been to Ghana for more than 2 years. Okay. Oh, okay. That's nice. Well, you should come again. Oh, I can't hear you. I will be going very soon in Ghana too. Oh, okay. Well, we are hoping that you come You keep breaking. I met also Kwame from the private investment promotion in Ghana, in Japan, in 2019. Oh, yes. Yes, he was in school then. Eh? So you must know enough about Ghana. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. What about you? Do you know about Guinea? Not a whole lot. I have many years back, many years back, I passed through Guinea very briefly. But since then, I haven't had any real interaction with Guinea, apart from a few Guinean students who came to school in Ghana.
Our technical team are just working on the problem. We can hear him, but he's not aware that he can. If you could get a message that we are already waiting for him, he would already had started the presentation. But in a few minutes, that will be sorted out. It is also possible that his speaker is not on. That's why he can't hear us. But that's the reality that we're facing. It's very important that on platforms like this we keep to time, because we've got a lot of presenters from various regions that are coming to talk about their opportunities from their various regions, and time is of essence. With putting this program together, there was a complicated choice that we had to make. Because other countries are 7 hours ahead of us, with others 7 hours behind. Which speaker should we put where? Because whilst we are in the morning, others are already sleeping there at night. So we should accommodate them. But whilst we are going to the evening, others are waking up. So we had to make that delicate balance of making sure that the speakers are not tortured to wait long hours in the evening whilst make a presentation at the Eastern Cape Export Symposium. But I think what is important is that the agency in Ghana that's going to present right now has now worked with the ECDC for 2 years, with the Eastern Cape for 2 years, to the point that in 2019, they brought a business delegation to the Eastern Cape that toured the Eastern Cape, and had a pleasant surprise as to how much the Eastern Cape has to offer. Their priority was Gauteng, to be honest. But when they got disappointed in Gauteng, with Gauteng's busy schedule and no one to see them, despite the fact that they had a program, they thought of the Eastern Cape, but they ended up getting stuck with the Eastern Cape. We already have got a number of companies that are now starting sending samples to Ghana, some in the real estate industry, some in the energy sector, some in the chemical sector, sending products, some in the wine industry, sending products over to Ghana. You'd be asking questions as to, when you talk about the wine industry, what do you mean? The wine industry is one of the industries that is slowly moving into the Eastern Cape. There's one big winery that is coming up on the N6, just outside of East London. It's going to be starting, before May, to start the vineyards. The process started with the ECDC in 2019 and was presented at the end of 2018 and was presented to the IDC and Land Bank at the end of 2019. However, when COVID hit, all of the plans for the implementation of that investment had to stop. But now it seems all systems are ready for the first real winery or wine investment in the Eastern Cape. We've seen the pilot that took place in the northern region of this province, area around the Krisani district. Very good results, but this one being tested by experts from the Western Cape was found to be very suitable in terms of climatic conditions and soil conditions for the production and planting of vine. So in addition to other potential products, other products that are produced in the Eastern Cape in terms of what I mentioned earlier on, will be adding the wine investment into that basket. We also have got chicory. We're the biggest producer of chicory. And the fastest growing industry now is also macadamia nuts in the Eastern Cape. So the Eastern Cape is expanding the basket of products that is offering to the domestic and international markets. And it's very interesting to indicate that the Eastern Cape always have been looking for a trigger for stimulating the agricultural sector of this economy. However, triggers were not forthcoming, but I think in 2018, one of the triggers came from Kuwait, where a significant investment was made in this country by a Kuwaiti company. And that company is now expanding to other products. And it looks like the agricultural production now in the Eastern Cape, especially of red meat, has to expand. And farmlands that have been idle now have to be put under production because the demand is fast stripping the ability of the farmers in the Eastern Cape to supply in terms of chilled meat. Because in 2019, this company started exporting 1,000 chilled carcasses, via the Emirates Airlines. But today, it's almost now 5,000 carcasses. And it's expanding also the type of livestock mix that is that's being produced and exported. There we go.
Hello?
I think it's...
Hello? I can barely hear. Sorry, I can barely hear. Can you hear me? Sorry, I can barely hear. I don't know if you can hear me. But I can barely hear. I can see you, but I can't. Yes. Can you hear me? Oh, gosh, I can't hear you at all. Can you kindly send me a message if you can hear me, because I can't hear a thing. Okay. Okay. Well, a very good morning to you all, and a good morning from very warm Ghana. And indeed, it's my pleasure to be on this seminar. I believe that the promise of the future stands very supreme in all the plans that we make. And at this moment, it's important to understand and share the experience and the opportunities that are coming from Africa. I think I'll start by first sharing a quick presentation on the Ghana situation, and then we'll speak a bit more about the African opportunity in that perspective. So let me just get my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? If you can, give me a thumbs up. Okay. So, sorry, I think that I have the wrong one. So, the Ghana story of today I call the three O's: opportunity, optimism, and openness. And I think it's predicated on a new African opportunity emerging with the commencement of trading under the AFCFTA, and the negative views that the world had of Africa are gradually changing into a more optimistic and resilient partnership in the face of the global pandemic. As trading under AFCFTA started in January 2021, we expect that it will enhance competitiveness significantly at the industrial and enterprise level through exploitation of opportunities for economies of scale and drive industrialization in the continent. Indeed, in Ghana, the government in its policy initiatives has outlined some specific and priority investment opportunities which we feel will accelerate our competitiveness in the AFCFTA, as well as improve the economy and grow the economy significantly. Most of these policies are predicated on the seizure of the export of raw materials and resources into value addition. And so we have a number of policies like the one district, one factory, where each of the 260 districts will each have some value addition or factory. The essence is to democratize the economy and spread it out nationwide such that our integration with the sector will be seamless and easier. Secondly, we have, because we're very agricultural, we have the policy of one village, one gas to ensure sustainability of our production, such that there will be agricultural production all year round. Ghana has about 30 million people arable land. And of course, on the back of that, you find agro-processing and value chain opportunities. But the major agri policy is one for planting the jobs, which has been quite significant over the past few years in turning Ghana from a net exporter of foods from a net importer of food to net exporter of foods. And we are indeed very happy that this will accelerate our industrialization program. But we also have focused largely on education with a free senior high school policy, where in the medium term, the average educational level, or the minimum educational level of the average Ghanaian will be high school education. Now, our investment priorities, as I just said, still are on energy and power, because we need that to fuel an industrialization reconfiguration. We also are looking at infrastructure, particularly in roads and highways as well as railways to connect between the various cities, but then to also connect into the sub-region and into the continent. We recently upgraded Tema Port now to 3.7 million TEU, which is probably the largest port in Africa, or potentially the largest port in Africa. And we have upgraded a number of our airports, especially the Critical International Airport and all our regional airports to improve connectivity. But we also have other opportunities in hospitality, hotel industry, tourism, because we are endowed with a lot of cultural, natural, and environmental tourism. And so the Ghana story is woven mainly across a major drive of the Ghana Beyond Aid, where government, the presidency has clearly declared that we will not build our economy based on aid and handouts from countries, but we will use our own resources and abilities to develop. And this is very inspirational going forward to ensure that we harness our opportunities for our own development in partnership with foreign direct investment. I have just thought out some of the opportunities here. I want to spend a lot of time on it. Infrastructure for an integrated transformation, for transformative transportation platform, integrating rail, roads, sea and air. Because we are building quite a significant number of schools in the advent of the free secondary high school program. And then COVID has also alerted us on the lack of capacity within our health infrastructure. So government has established a program called Agenda 111, where in every region, each of the 16 regions in Ghana will get a new major hospital, and the districts will each also have a hospital or a health center to facilitate health care. In agro-processing, we are looking at moving away from subsistence agriculture and adding on to mechanized agriculture, where small holder farms will then support the large mechanized farms that we're going to set up. And these definitely are investment opportunities. And as I mentioned before, one village, one dam, irrigation all throughout. Hello, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Okay, well, I'll carry on. I also spoke of tourism, where ecotourism, cultural tourism are some of the main themes on which we are improving our tourism infrastructure and therefore opening up for investment. And then, of course, manufacturing, because manufacturing is what is going to convey or convert the economy from one that was mainly based on the export of our raw materials and resources of cocoa, gold, bauxite, manganese, into value addition, because it makes more sense that we should add value before we export. I mean, the African continent is probably the most endowed continent you'd find in the world, but we are a net importer instead of being a net exporter when all the raw materials are here. So in Ghana, we have formulated a one district, one factory policy where we add value to all the resources in each of the areas where they are found. But additionally, we are also setting up industrial parks in each of the 16 regions in various economies, such as pharmaceuticals, textiles, the automotive industry, cocoa processing, garments and textiles, oil and gas, and fertilizer to support the agric industry. So these are some of the investment opportunities that we have.
I do not foresee that this will improve, but however, we'll probably just have to wait for the presentation up until its end so that we can move to the next speaker. And I think the advantage is that the presentations will be circulated. So all the stakeholders, hopefully they have put in their email addresses when they were registering so that they can be able to receive the presentation. That's the only way that we can be able to get that particular information. So let's just be patient, and we've said we are getting into new territories. It's a new space, whether it's him on the other side, but it looks like he had muted himself. And I believe by the time he was picking up the phone, he put on mute and he never took it back to unmute. And unfortunately also what he doesn't do is to look at the chat box or the chat screen, because that's one way when the audio is not working that you could pick up the elements of communication. However, like I've said, this is a new space, this is a new way of doing business, and this is a new way of communication. So we're gonna learn as we move forward. So I'm just requesting that we be a little bit patient. We'll just also try and catch up with the time immediately after he is done. I think he's done, Am I correct? Let's just put up the presentation so that we can keep, not yet. Okay, hopefully that at least with the next speaker, we won't experience the same problems. And then we're gonna try and chase up and catch up with the lost time. Thanks for your patience.
Hello, can you hear now? Oh, I think I was muted somehow. Sorry about that. I was just giving an indication of what has happened with FDI on the continent and the opportunity that the AFCFTA will bring to us. So I did mention that the UNCTAD Investment Trends Monitor projected a 42% drop in FDI from 1.5 trillion in 2019 to some 860 billion, as confirmed, as projected by the World Investment Report of 2020. But the pandemic did definitely have an impact, and these numbers seem sustained. And Africa seemed to be the most affected, but also, although most affected, the impact was not as much as expected. And so in Ghana, for example, we've seen a surge in FDI from 1.01 billion in 2019 to 2.65 billion
in 2020 despite the pandemic. And this is almost 40% increase in FDI. That was indicated by some 279 projects in various sectors, and we believe that these will create some significant jobs. But I think the real opportunity comes from the AFCFTA. And so I'll move away from the Ghana story and go straight to the AFTA. I dare say that 2020 ushered in Africa's year, Africa's decade, and the opportunities that Africa has to re-establish itself as a significant global player cannot have been more emphasized in 2020. I exemplified with this nice picture of Ghana unleashed, breaking out into the world. But the African opportunity definitely is very important as we speak. And I dare say that Africa is the future, and the future is Africa. And first of all, just about a few statistics to say why I say so. And according to the Economist, Sub-Saharan Africa's population growth of about 3.7% is higher than some of the other regions in the world. In Latin America, 0.9%, and in Southeast Asia, 1.2%. And as this population goes ahead of those areas, we would see that the population will double by 2050 to about 2.5 billion people from the 1.2 billion people, 1.3 billion people we see today. That means that by 2050, 1/4 of the world's population will be in Africa. And Africa, in terms of people, will be bigger than China and will be bigger than India. The interesting thing is that, as indicated by the Council of Foreign Relations, about 70% of this population will be below 30 years. And then there is a huge bulge, which we expect to go on for decades, in contrast with the aging populations in other regions of the world. Indeed, the same CFR has indicated that by the year 2100, Africa's population will be 1/3 of the world's, and 1 in every 3 people will be African. And by the end of the century, Sub-Saharan Africa will have close to half of the world's young population. Now, that is in itself a major challenge as well as a major opportunity, because one, that demographic indicates that there is a huge untapped market in Africa. And secondly, Africa would have the biggest complement of the potential labor force in the world. Indeed, the Hoover Institute of the U.S. has argued that Africa will add about 1 billion new workers to its labor force in the next few decades. And this would be a young, aggressive, eager labor force with which, if we really reposition them well, could be the new labor force that will propel or grow the continent and the world economy. But apart from the population growth, the continent itself is experiencing rapid urbanization. And according to the OECD, Africa is expected to see the fastest urban growth rate in the world, with over 950 million additional people expected in African cities by 2050. The growth is expected in small and medium-sized towns, and therefore will not burden the already overpopulated big towns. But it's also estimated that Africa will have the fastest growth rate in towns with over 1 million people. Now, these all create significant opportunities. And despite what I did indicate that UNCTAD predicted a 42% drop in FDI on the advent of COVID, the decline in foreign direct investment flow to the continent was in actual only about 18%. And some countries such as Ghana and Senegal saw an increase in FDI inflows. In Ghana, our 2020 figure indicated FDI of 2.65 billion. In Nigeria, it was 2.66 billion, and in Egypt, which was the leader in Africa, it was 5.5 billion, according to the UNCTAD document. Senegal shows an increase to about 1.5 billion for 2020. So what do we really need to do to facilitate increase in trade and investment on the continent? Because with the advent of the AFCFTA, Africa now has the biggest tariff-free trade bloc in the world. And we need to capitalize on that to actually increase wealth on the continent. But let me just give a little background to the, let's give a little bit of context to the AFCFTA. It is a framework agreement covering trade in goods and services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. And the free trade area lays the foundation for the establishment of a continental customs union, which is a stepping stone towards integrating fully African economies, or having what I would call the African Economic Community envisaged under the Abuja Treaty in 1991. And as it is, it is the largest, like I said, free trade area in the world, covering at least 55 countries. And as an African initiative, the implementation of the single market stands as an economic game changer for the continent, as it connects the 1.3 billion people in the 55 countries with a combined GDP of approximately 3.4 trillion. Now, the estimation and the belief is that this 3.5 trillion GDP could actually grow to over 7 trillion by 2050 if we harness the opportunities under the CFTA. As we stand right now, 36 out of the 55 countries have ratified the CFTA, meaning that its rights, provisions, and obligations of the agreement is effective in those 36 countries. Now, the big challenge we have in the past, which makes this even an important necessity, is that even as a date, intra-Africa trade is something less than 18%. But we stand a chance of increasing it by a 52% increase by 2022 with the AFCFTA. And this will result in the growth of the continent's economies by 0.9% and employment by some 1% or 1.17%, as the statistic says. So the CFTA would integrate African markets and help Africa engage coherently in its trading arrangements to change this dynamic into a more aggressive market for wealth creation, especially within ourselves and then with the rest of the world, because as individual African countries, we do not have the size, nor can we negotiate the best trade deals for our own benefit. But with the large trade bloc, which is the largest in the world, I believe that we have convening as well as convincing and negotiating power. And therefore, it's one that we all should embrace and support without any hindrance. But it also, because Africa is dominated by SMEs and SMIs, I suspect strongly that the AFCFTA will enhance competitiveness at the industry and enterprise level through exploitation of opportunities to upskill and have economies of scale, which will also help us develop and add value to our raw materials and resources. Indeed, a recent study by McKinsey indicates that Africa is not monetizing its assets as much as we should, and therefore it's important that with the CFTA we take advantage of the opportunities to first move away from exporting our raw materials and resources as much as possible and add value for export. For a continent that is resource rich, we seem to be import dependent instead of export dependent. But I believe wealth on the continent will best well be facilitated when we change that dynamic and become export dependent and not import dependent. Now, the practicality of the AFCFTA means that From January 1st, 2020, when it started, tariffs on 90% of goods traded between the countries under the FCFTA will be reduced in equal annual installments until they are eliminated within 5 years for the non-least developed countries or the non-LDCs, and within 10 years for the LDCs. Now, with regards to a category called sensitive goods, tariffs will fall within 10 years for the non-LDCs and 13 years for the LDCs. So, for example, if a product faces a tariff of 25% when being imported into a non-LDC country, starting from 1st January 2021, the product will only be tariffed at 20% and then 15% by 2022, with such reductions each year until it's traded at duty-free by 2025. So we'll gradually see a progressive elimination or reduction in tariffs to 2025. Now, with regards to sensitive goods, tariffs are going to fall within 10 years for non-LDCs and 13 years for LDCs. The CFTA protocols also contain commitments on customs cooperation between the signatory countries and mutual administrative assistance, trade facilitation, removal of technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and trade transit. These work behind the scenes to simplify and harmonize trade practices, procedures, and logistics, speed up importation and exportation and transit, and harmonize and mutually recognize standards and eliminate unnecessary barriers to trade on the continent. And one very practical example is movement and transportation. For example, it's just as difficult for me to fly from Ghana to Senegal or to the Congo, and it's more difficult for me to fly to Senegal to the Congo than it is for me to fly to the UK or to the US. And so we need to reform some of our own internal legal frameworks to make sure that we can take advantage of the opportunities that come under the CFTA. So what are the real benefits that we all will gain under the CFTA? I suspect that the total size of the African market, as predicted, will grow to some 2.75 billion by 2060, with an expected middle class of more than 43%. But with a demography that also would say that not less than 55 to 60% of that population
Thank you. What we'll be doing, we're going to go straight to the next presentation. I think most of the areas that the speaker was starting to cover were well covered yesterday by the Secretary General. And because of the time and the delays and the glitches that we had, we definitely have to start moving forward with our program.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, good morning. How are you doing? Okay. Is that okay? Okay. So, can you hear me? Okay, so this is Asuman Konde talking from the IPAI, the Private Investment Promotion Agency from Guinea-Conakry. And thank you for having me on this symposium to talk about a bit the business environment in Guinea and how you can invest in Guinea, okay? So first of all, I would like to give you some key figures on our country, Guinea. And Guinea is located in West Africa. And then we also have 6 neighboring countries. The Guinea's map is 245,000 kilometers square. And then the GDP of Guinea is 12 billion in 2018. Guinea is, as I told you, is located in West Africa, and the inflation rate was 6.5 in 2019, and then due to COVID, things went down a bit, okay? And then, as you know, Guinea is a country with a lot of potential where you have 300 kilometers of maritime front and 6 states with whom we are sharing borders. We are also member of ECOWAS, okay? Guinea is a gateway of expanding in West Africa region, okay? Economic community of West African states, six countries with whom we are sharing borders, as I mentioned earlier on. We are also part of the Mano River Union. Priorities investment sectors in Guinea. As you may know, we have a lot of sectors in Guinea, but we have identified 5 which we are trying to promote right now. These sectors are agriculture, energy, mining, services, transport, and manufacturing. As you know, Guinea is one of the best country in the world where you can get bauxite, okay? We are the second largest bauxite exporters in the world. Certain period of economic growth. We also have a brilliant macroeconomic management, strong balance sheet, we have external credit position, sound legal, and then we have political stability. We just had incident-free election every 5 years, labor market stability. Business climate in Guinea. As you may know, we guarantee for international investors freedom to acquire property, right, and concessions, freedom to own their own businesses 100%, freedom to transfer abroad all profit and tax, dividend also, protection against measures of naturalization, expropriation of their businesses, except for reasons of public utility after a prior compensation, tax and custom incentives for new investment in Guinea, exemptions on import tools, raw materials, or input for up to 10 years tax-free, okay? And then we also have tax holidays, new or low tax rate for up to 10 years. Strengthen independent legal system, upgraded regulatory text in various sectors, as I mentioned, mining, energy, petroleum, information technology, and communication. We also have the PPP law, the public-private partnership law, okay? Oh, and then let's move on of our agency. We have the one-stop shop, which handle the formalities relating to Guinea, the granting of approval to the investment code. We also have the investment promotion department promoting investment opportunities in Guinea, assisting investors along the investment process, promotional support for companies. We also have the last one, business assistance, defining appropriate program and support measures for investors, contributing to their strengthening the capacity of national company and offering support to Guineans and foreigners. Now, business registration. Guinea has put in place some measures which allow us today to create a company less than 72 hours. We also have the business formalities and the concentrated services, which means that we have our agencies everywhere now in the country. Okay. Key asset on Guinea. Guinea is, we have 4 regions in Guinea: the Lower Guinea, Middle Guinea, Upper Guinea, and Forest Guinea. So the Lower Guinea is 80% of the territory. The rainfall is up to 2,000 and 4,000 per year. And the main product in this region are rice, palm oil, cashew nuts, fruits such as pineapple and banana. The Middle Guinea, which is 23% of the territory, and the rainfall is situated between 1,250 to 2,000, the rainfall per year, and the main product is peanuts, fonio, cassava, mango, vegetables. The Upper Guinea, which is 39% of the territory, and the main product in this region is onion, vegetable, fonio, cotton, shea butter, mango, and rice. And the last one is 20% of the territory, where you have as main product which you can be produced there, rice, coffee, plantain, pepper, and rubber. Okay, so talking about agriculture, let's see about the related reforms for land. The one-stop shop of land is being operational with the support of the World Bank Group, reduction of the registration fee, exhaustive census of agriculture. We also have a study mission on land. Okay, stop to follow to register to invest in agriculture in Guinea. First of all, you need to write a letter of intention to the Ministry of Agriculture. And the second one, obtain the certificate to transfer of agriculture and land from the rural community. The third step is the negotiation of a memorandum of understanding between you and the ministry. And the last one is the negotiation of a lease on agricultural land, which you can get up to 10,000 hectares, depending on your projects. Guinea's government vision is to achieve self-sufficiency by 2020, full safety by 2035, and finally to become agricultural power in 2035. A targeted industrial culture, an agricultural industry, diversification of products, a market development, treatment of nutrition. And as some key projects you may have in Guinea, you have hydro-agriculture development. We also have construction plan, development of agricultural products. So I will be sending those projects to all people interested in. And then these are some points which I wanted to intervene on this morning. So I'm available and my contact is there for anyone interested to know more about Guinea and then more about the investment code and also the PPP law. Thank you.
Right, we will immediately go to the next presentation to be made by Ms. Tamara Ndaba, Councillor Political SA Embassy, Addis Ababa. Over to you, ma'am. Oh, are we still loading or still connecting?
Hello?
There you go.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
not sure whether it's my turn or you could hear me. My name is Tamara. Program Director, I'm not sure whether you could hear me. Can I go ahead? Okay. Program Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Allow me to extend a very warm greetings from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on behalf of Ms. Fefe Dwabayo, our Deputy Head of Mission and Chargé d'Affaires, who could not be here today due to unforeseen work-related circumstances. The embassy was requested to share some insights on export opportunities in Ethiopia. Perhaps it's important to start with the following background. Ethiopia is strategically located in the Horn of Africa. It shares borders with Eritrea to the north and northeast, with Djibouti and Somalia to the east, Sudan and South Sudan to the west, and Kenya to the south. And these are the very important countries, IGAD countries, which is intergovernmental body for development in this region. Program Director, Ethiopia prides itself with approximately 114 million citizens, which is the second biggest population in Africa. And as we would all know, the first one is Nigeria with about 206 million people. Ethiopia also continues with its annual double-digit growth at the rate of 7.7% in 2018 and 8.97% in 2019. Of course, the impact of COVID-19 with all the economies, they are not yet determined. Sorry. It is important to indicate that also Ethiopia's major imported products in 2019 included machinery, which included computers, aircrafts, and spacecraft, electrical machinery, equipment, pharmaceuticals, iron, steel, vehicles, plastics, and plastic articles. Ethiopia's major exported products in 2019 include coffee, oilseeds, chat, pulses, cut flowers, leather, and leather products, and gold. Ethiopia's top 5 export trading partners in 2019 included China, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, India, and Italy. Ethiopia's top investment partners in 2019 included China, Saudi Arabia, the United States, India, and Turkey. Ethiopia's external debt in 2019 was about 39 billion US dollars. Coming to bilateral relations, it is important to indicate that the relations between the two countries were formalized in 2004. These relations are conducted through what is known as joint ministerial cooperation. It is also important to indicate that these relations between the two countries are premised on very strong historical ties. We will all remember that our former president, Nelson Mandela, did get his first military training in Ethiopia in the 90s. Also, those who read his literature, he also prided himself to first put his, or actually to see the black pilot in Ethiopia. Program director, the JMC, which is the Joint Ministerial Commission, supervises implementation of about 11 signed bilateral agreements and 6 memoranda of understanding. Some of these are underway, others are negotiated accordingly. The sectors that are covered by these agreements and memoranda of understanding include trade and investment, double taxation, agriculture, defense, industrial and technical cooperation, science and technology, wildlife and environment, transport, health and tourism. Before I move away from this slide, I just want to indicate that this is actually where our core as government, and this is where we do the real work, which is kind of behind the scenes. Because when our businesses come, whether to trade or invest in Ethiopia, we actually, as the embassies, they go back and see what the two governments agreed on. Whether there's areas of expansions, whether it comes to areas of disputes, whether it comes to opportunities. This is our backstop, these agreements and memoranda of understanding. So this is what we do. We work for our business people to through these agreements and these memoranda of understanding to ensure that things run smoothly, and where there are misunderstandings, we also use these instruments to ensure that the ease of doing business in our host countries is indeed manageable and workable for our business community. Program director in January 2020, His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed paid an official visit to South Africa. During the visit, the Prime Minister and His Excellency President Ramaphosa agreed on the following critical areas. One, to elevate the relations between the two countries to strategic partnership level. Secondly, to strengthen trade and investment ties as a key focus area. So our participation here it's not just by chance, it's a mandate at the highest possible level between the two countries. And hence we said to the organizers, we're very excited about this initiative and actually declared our willingness to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the information that I'm going to give to you now was provided by the department. We took it actually from the sources provided by our Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. The bilateral trade figures illustrated a decline in the past 5 years between Ethiopia and South Africa, from 114 million in 2015 to 102 million rands in 2019. The exports, that is SA exports to Ethiopia, decreased from 103 million in 2014 to a little over 900 million in 2019. It is important to indicate that the 5 top exports to Ethiopia during this period, that is 2019, included vegetable products, which was at 31%, machinery, and mechanical appliances and electrical equipment stood at 21%. Vehicle products, which lies squarely with the ore, which speaks to the Eastern Cape per se. The vehicle products were at about 15%, and all other products constituted 18%. According to the DIC, Industrial Policy Action Plan, this illustrates reasonably diverse coverage of the market and an opportunity for expansion for our business community. Program Director, the composition of the export market is illustrated above. Further indicates demand and potential for exports, expansion and investment in industrial and agricultural sector inputs. Now coming to SA imports. South Africa imports from Ethiopia also decreased during this same period from 110 million to about 100 million. The top 5 imports from Ethiopia in 2019 included vegetable products at about 50%, optical and medical and surgical products at 3%, textile and textile articles at 8%, machinery and mechanical appliances and electrical equipment at 11%, prepared foodstuffs at 7%, and all other imports amounted to 21%. SA imports from Ethiopia are dominated by agricultural products, namely coffee and spices. Prospects of trade and investment for the South African business expansion include supply of agribusiness services, storage, transportation, agricultural equipment and machinery, agro-processes, processing technologies, and of course, potential to expand to the SA footprint in the East African market. As I indicated from the beginning, the other countries in IGAD that Ethiopia borders. Program Director, there's also South African presence, South African business presence in Ethiopia. To mention but a few, these include PPC, that is Pretoria Portland Cement, in the construction industry, Black Rhino in transportation, NAMPAC, dealing with ceramics and glass, East African Bottling Share, Standard Bank Group, that is financial services, and EGICO, which is business services. As indicated, Program Director, most of this information that I spoke to above was we took it from our Department of Trade and Investment and Competition. Program Director, it's important to also indicate that since 2018, when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed took premiership, he introduced wide-ranging reforms that include political and economic reforms. The economic reforms are contained in a document known as Homegrown Economic Reform Agenda. Broad focus areas contained in this document include agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, and mining. So this is the area that I think all the South African investors, including the Eastern Cape, should really look at closely. Ethiopia also made pronouncements on partial or full privatization in key state-owned enterprises that include industrial parks, railway projects, sugar factories, hotels, and other manufacturing industries that allow foreign investor participation. Program Director, the giant state-owned telecommunications company is currently unbundled. And South African companies such as Telkom, Vodacom, and MTN showed interest and bidded in the process. We are currently waiting for the outcomes of the successful bidder, as far as I know. Program Director, I'm not going to waste any time and speak on African Continental Free Trade Area, except to indicate that Ethiopia is among the countries that deposit their instrument of ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which came to force on 30 May 2019. It is just important to mention that tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers on intra-trade and trading by the women form part of milestones of this flagship agreement, signed and operationalized during South Africa's tenure as the chair of the African Union. I think the experts in this area really did expand yesterday. Program Director, when I'm about to close, I just want to indicate that there are, with all these reforms that are taking place in Ethiopia, there are important documents that will be willing as an embassy to share on request. The embassy had a liberty to participate with some of the road shows that were organized by the Ethiopian Investment Commission, and we had a privilege to get a presentation of major legal reforms introduced by the new investment regime in Ethiopia. And also, what was of importance to us is the initiative taken by the Ethiopian government, which looks at investors' issues and potential solutions. You will know that as investors, almost all the time there are issues between them and the host country and their partners. So it is very important that the government of Ethiopia recognize this. And they indicated in some of those roadshows that they are trying to create a one-stop show to try to ensure that they resolve these problems in whichever area. And as embassies, we are partnership in this process. Whenever our business people are encountering problems, we are there to assist. In closing, Program Director, Ethiopia is a market full of opportunities and possibilities. Exporters and investors are encouraged to explore the Ethiopian market. The embassy stands ready to facilitate, to engage, to advise, follow up, and find out where necessary in all trade and investment related activities between the Eastern Cape province and broader country and Ethiopia. I thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Ndaba. I don't know if she can hear me. We are at least catching up with the time. We're going to move now to the next presentation by Mr. Potlo from the Lesotho National Development Corporation. He's going to be taking us through export opportunities in Lesotho. Can we then fly to the presentation and connect to him as soon as you can, please? Thank you.
okay? Hello? 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 So what? Okay, so get the present access. I can continue. All right. No, thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity. And I wish to say all protocol observed before we start. Shortly, my name is Sekete Pofa. I lead investment and trade promotion for the Lesotho National Development Corporation. And based on the invite, it looks like the focus of the discussions would be around the trade opportunities more than the generic investment opportunities. So I wish to take you through the presentation on the screen. My presentation will just highlight just a few things about Lesotho. Many people don't know Lesotho. They think Lesotho is part of South Africa. Unfortunately, we are not. I will also seek to highlight a few of the economic and trade performance indicators for Lesotho. High-level overview of the impact of COVID on us, particularly on the trade flows between Lesotho and other countries, and a few pertinent points on our trade policy as Lesotho. I wouldn't want to dwell too much on Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, but I'll just highlight what we have been trying to do so far. Product sectors and investment opportunities at a very high level will also be shared with. Lesotho happens to be in the middle of South Africa. South Africa is the only neighbor to the Kingdom of Lesotho. So whichever border you use, you have to go through South Africa. So this is how we are positioned, and as such, it says it should be relatively easy to do business with Lesotho in many respects. On the economic front, this is how we are looking as the country. We are significantly open to global trade. Real GDP growth rate is estimated to have averaged 1.6 between 2015 and 2019. We are projected to average 0.6% between 2019 and 2021. And this is largely attributable to the negative impact of the coronavirus as it has ravaged the entire world. Unemployment rate is fairly high at 23.6% today. You need to note that we import most of our goods and services from South Africa at 93%. To elaborate more on the direction of exports and imports for the Kingdom of Lesotho, 95% of our exports are with just 4 markets, being the US, Belgium, EU, and South Africa. And South Africa takes a fairly sizable portion of this exposure. There are quite a number of free trade agreements for which we are boasting as Lesotho, for which investors tend to benefit if they relocate to Lesotho. We are a member of SACU, and we are a member of SADC. That brings with it a lot of potential in terms of market size. Everything but Arms Initiative also gives us a quota and a duty-free access to the EU market. And we are also participating in the EU Economic Partnership Agreement, which is also giving us fairly good opportunities if you export from Lesotho. We are also participating in the EU Interim Economic Partnership Agreement, which tends to allow us to focus on increasing access into the European Union. AGOA obviously has been our main export market, where we are competing in that space with the likes of Kenya and other economies known for participating heavily in the trade on apparel and textiles subsector. And obviously, we are also part of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and that also gives us a lot of other opportunities for which you can access if you are operating from Lesotho. The rules of origin are really key in that space, and as such, many investors tend to come to Lesotho to try and leverage that. China, everybody is getting some form of access into that big market through the generalized system of preference, as many economies do. Lesotho, as a nation, we boast the following value proposition for our investors. Obviously, as I said, by virtue of relocating to Lesotho, you will have preferential access to major export markets, and many companies, particularly in the manufacturing sector, are benefiting through that. Our labor force, workforce is dependable, very literate, and can easily adapt to new ways of doing things. Business services and innovation advantages. Lesotho's young people to be ready to take opportunities that predominantly come in with the innovation and technology subsector, which happens to be also one of the 4 strategic areas that the government of Lesotho is trying to put to the limelight for investors to actually invest in. We are unique in terms of our tourism environment. We boast unspoiled the mountain scenery and a wide range of adventure sports that a lot of people are coming through to Lesotho purely to benefit and enjoy our tourism sector. But obviously, this has been one of the sectors that has been hard hit by the current pandemic that has challenged the entire world. So this is how we are looking in the bigger scheme of things, and I've given you main reasons why possibly you want to consider doing business with Lesotho. Just a quick overview of export diversification basket from our point. We are busy developing a number of value chains that are presenting a lot of opportunities for investors in these categories, as mentioned here. Meat, poultry, beef, and pork, these are some of the areas that we are focused on at the moment, trying to export, to explore the opportunities that the likes of China are presenting in that space. I also wish to highlight the automotive components. We are beginning to take shape in that space, and a lot of investors have begun to show interest in relocating to Lesotho, just purely to participate in the automotive value chain through the components part. I also need to mention that we are also going very heavily on the aquaculture, and we are pricing the largest project ever in our landscape with the Pure Salmon project, which we believe we will be launching later this year if COVID does not become a further problem downstream. But we are quite advanced in that space. This is going to open a lot of opportunities in a number of supporting value chains around logistics and many other opportunities that this value chain can bring to the fore. We seem to recognize very clearly in the advent of COVID-19 that food security is very important for us, and the government is beginning to pay a lot of attention on many of these agriculture-related value chains for which we are beginning to agree that we need to put some state capital to try and put these value chains ready for investors. I also wish to highlight very shortly the impact of this COVID-19 on our industries. Like any other country, we have been severely hard hit by the COVID-19 due to restricted movements. We saw a number of containers getting stuck along the way never coming through, and that has severely challenged many of our manufacturing firms that have had to consider closing some of them. Some have had to really downscale to a very large extent, just purely to manage cash flows, because it has become very difficult to open or play meaningfully that space at the current moment. But what we are doing as the government through the LNDC, we have tried to focus more on our aftercare to try and encourage more expansions with the existing firms, because it has really become very challenging to get newer investments into the space. So this is a bit of a highlight in that space. But we also believe that a lot of opportunities can be leveraged in terms of trade by continuing to diversify and strengthening a few sectors, particularly the health sector and the food sector, because food security was highly compromised because of the COVID. So we need to really focus there and try to get a number of investments in that space. We need to also continue to embrace digital transformation by adopting more digital technologies for both production and services. This is what we are seeking to achieve as the Lesotho National Development Corporation on behalf of government. There's no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, we have to strengthen our intertrade regional, to strengthen our inter-regional trade by seeking to harmonize trade-related regulations, customs control, and reduce both tariff and non-tariff barriers, and improve the infrastructure and connectivity to achieve, amongst other things, lower logistics costs and mobilized participation for people to benefit in many of these FTAs that we have signed. So a lot of the focus now is really to unpack many of these FTAs and ensure that we direct our resources where we can have our people benefiting quickly in that space. So if you come from the Eastern Cape and you want to set up in Lesotho, it is worth considering the FTAs that Lesotho is benefiting from, for which you are not benefiting from in the side of South Africa. In the long term, obviously, our drive is to try and see opportunities to be considered, like having relations with India and the likes of Japan in the trade and economic space. However, we have seen a few positives coming with the advent of COVID in our space. A few of our firms ventured into the production of PPE products to try and help in the fight against the humanity as inflicted by COVID-19. And we saw a lot of companies that never thought they can play in that space beginning to benefit by exporting some of the PPE equipment. And we are very proudful of that, and the government has pledged some support behind some of these companies to continue to permanently introduce some of these lines that are giving us a little bit of a foot into the health-related value chains, like the pharmaceuticals and a few other health-related operations. This is one of the things that we really are happy to have seen our own people trying to leverage. So in terms of the trade policy landscape, I need to mention that we have the trade portal seeking to avail information for potential traders with Lesotho to quickly access what is required in specific products and value chains if one needs to play in that space. So I would encourage people to look into that side. Just search the Lesotho Trade Portal, then you get all the information in that space. We also need to mention that we as part of the trade policy, there are a few sectors, as I said earlier on, that we are trying to focus on and see what we can do. Horticulture is one of them, and light industries. We believe there is a lot of value in there. We believe a lot of our people that are working for manufacturing operations, when these firms are closing, they can begin to benefit through working in some of these horticultural value chains that we are busy trying to develop. We are also known, I need to say, in terms of the trade policy landscape, to be doing a lot of business with the likes of Belgium through a few diamonds that we can send through that space and see what is unfolding for us as Lesotho. I think we are not unique in terms of alignment on trade policy landscape with a lot of African countries, except that when you are located in Lesotho, you tend to leverage more opportunities in all these FTAs that we have signed than when you are operating from your own home country. Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, a lot has been said about it. We are party to it, and there are other internal initiatives that we are building on to try and encourage our people to participate in that space as meaningful as possible, because we so believe that this is one of the agreements for which we need to try and explore meaningful participation quickly before the AGOA story possibly comes to end, possibly in 2025. We don't know. We don't know who will be the president by that time and how whether he will be thinking straight or not. Other high-level opportunities that I just wish to highlight, we are busy attracting investors on the following: cereals and snacks production. Grains production has become a meaningful business in our space because it supports a lot of other agricultural value chains in terms of feed and everything else. So people that are bringing the right technologies through to us, we are happy to partner with them on an equity participation basis and get some of this value chains really heavily functional. We are also looking for people that can help us to develop enterprise design hubs to also focus on garments, textiles, and design and fashion. We believe there is a lot of talent in that space. We just need to get the right expertise in terms of partnerships to help the government to fight the high unemployment rate that I alluded to earlier on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I think that's as quickly and a very high level that I can give you the snapshot of how Lesotho is looking like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last presentation for this first session of the day. What we'll be doing, can I request that we have what is called a working tea, okay? Because we're trying to catch up with the time. If we can grab our teas and coffees, whatever, and come back to the venue,
thank you.
Would allow basically, even if it's just 15 minutes, maybe we'll cut it to 15 minutes. But ideally, we can come back into the venue. We'll also not going to be doing the question and answer session. So what we'll be requesting is that if you have any questions, you must email them. They'll then be forwarded to the speakers, and then the responses will then be sent to you. We'll flight the email address in which you can send your questions on, but it's lubengu without an H, kubengu at ecdc.co.za, but we'll actually also flight it on the screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll be back at what time, Pagi? 25 past 11, so that at least at 11:30 we can start immediately and would have catched up with the time. Thanks a lot.
Alex, how are you?
Welcome back. Because of the time issues again, we don't want to lose the track of time again. We should have started already we should have been back, by the way, at 25 past. And I'm told that our next speaker is ready, and he has sacrificed some time because he's some time to make the presentation because he's in the US. But now our moderator for this session and the person that is going to take over, as I've indicated, is Mr. Mpo Jonas. He's the Director for Trade and Investment within the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. Over to you, Mpo. But I think you can start to connect also the speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to the Eastern Cape Development Corporation for the invite. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come and share with you the export opportunities in the United States for South African exporters. I'm glad to be joining you today. My name is Malosi Letswalo. I'm the Minister Economic at the Embassy of South Africa here in Washington, D.C. I'm the seconded official from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And we are here in the U.S. We are represented in 3 South African missions here in the U.S., here at the Embassy in Washington, D.C. And we have also marketing officers in the Consulate General in New York and also in the Consulate General in Chicago. Our job mainly here in the United States is fourfold. The first one is to, especially for myself, is around trade issues, to deal with trade policy in terms of managing the trade and investment relationship between South Africa and the United States. And also our main duty also include export promotion, investment promotion, and also to facilitate partnerships between South African companies and also with the US companies, and also US companies with South African companies for the South African market, but also for other parts of the continent. In the presentation today, I will be touching on a few points. I will touch on some of the forums we have in terms of managing our relationship between South Africa and the United States. I will also talk to the United States as an export partner for South Africa. I will also share with you major export products to the US and also some of the preferential market access we have into the US market. And also to lay a basis for the next presentation by our good friend, Mr. Kos at the USAID, is also to talk about the state of our AGOA and the GSP utilization. That's talking to how many lines in terms of which are available under AGOA and GSP we are currently using as a country. I will also touch just a few, talk about some few issues around exporting to the United States. Just to start, let me just indicate up front that South Africa and the United States, we continue to enjoy growing, diversified trade and investment relationship, which is managed through a number of forums. I think you will see that we, together with the United States, following the 1994 elections in South Africa, the United States was one of those countries globally that have reached out to South Africa to help South Africa in terms of integrating into the global economy. And one of the agreements that was signed at that time was the US and South Africa Trade and Investment Framework Agreement. That was again updated later in the around 2010. And we also have the US-South Africa Annual Bilateral Forum where the officials in Pretoria between the various departments in South Africa and also the US Embassy meet to review issues on the bilateral agenda. And we also have a strategic dialogue whereby there is discussions at a high level. And regionally, together with SACU, we also have a trade, investment and development cooperation agreement that provide a platform whereby we can engage US on issues relating to trade, investment, and also issues around capacity building. And lastly, we also have the AGOA forum whereby South Africa, together with other AGOA eligible countries, have a platform to engage with the United States. And also let me indicate, I think, just to show the importance on also the importance and the good relations we enjoy with the United States. I think you may know that once the Secretary of State was confirmed here in the United States, the first call they made to some of the ministers globally was to our Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. And 2 days ago, Minister Patel also indicated that he will also be engaging his U.S. counterpart, the U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, to also look at how to improve trade and investment relationship between South Africa and the United States. As the United States rank as the third largest destination for South African goods I have decided, because most of the time when we talk about trade or we talk about exports, we only reflect only to goods. But I also thought I should also share some of the information on services. But with regard to goods, the United States rank as the third destination for our exports to the United States after China and Germany. 7% of our exports goes to the United States, which is it's quite a large amount of exports going to the United States, indicating that the United States is one of our key trading partners. In terms of bilateral trade, we are currently enjoying a surplus of 6.2 billion out of a trade of 172 billion. And this trade surplus, what it hides is that most of our exports, as you'll see in later slides, most of our exports, almost around 48 to 50% of our exports are either primary or intermediate products. So if you look at manufactured trade, the United States will be enjoying a surplus. In terms of services, total bilateral trade in services in 2020, it was 2.8 billion US dollars, with South Africa experiencing a deficit of close to 1 billion US dollars. And also in terms of services, the United States is also one of the important market for South Africa, with 14% of our exports of services going to the United States in 2019. Just to give you some idea in terms of our exports to the US, as I've indicated, is that 48% of our exports is precious or cultured natural stones, which include diamond, gold, and so on. And as you know, as one of our policies as government, talking in particular from the trade and industry and competition, we're talking about reimagined industrial policy, whereby we are promoting value-added products. So we'd like to see more value being added to some of these raw materials. We also export vehicles to the United States, machinery, steel and aluminium are also, and chemicals are also some of our important exports product to the United States, not excluding citrus, which last year recorded a big increase to the US. In terms of services, you will note that 2020 has not really been a good year for exports of services due largely to the impact of COVID. You could see that our exports of services in 2020 declined by almost 50%, from almost 2 billion to around 1 billion, to just close to 1 billion, indicating the impact that COVID-19 pandemic has had on our exports of services. In particular, you will see that in terms of travel, our exports of services there declined from 936 billion to almost like or just over 200 million US dollars. And across the sectors, even on transport, you would see that exports of transport services also declined. So we hope some of these sectors, with the economy recovering, some of these sectors will recover in 2021 going forward. Just to talk about some of preferential market access programs we have to the United States, the most important one is the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, which is a unilateral trade preference scheme that affords AGOA-eligible countries to export products duty-free, quota-free to the United States. As you may know, AGOA was extended in 2015 for 10 years up to 2025. And again, AGOA legislation legally integrated the GSP preferences, meaning that GSP for many countries expired in December last year, but for AGOA eligible countries, the GSP benefits continues due to them being integrated into the AGOA legislation. Hence, most of the time we'll talk about AGOA and to include GSP. And as I've indicated, AGOA removes the competitive limitations under GSP, meaning that the quantitative ceiling under GSP, some of the products, once you reach a certain amount, that products does no longer enjoy duty-free access into the US. But AGOA has removed that quantitative ceiling, making AGOA and GSP duty-free and quota-free. AGOA also provides some of the favorable rules of origin for products into the US. And just to give a number in terms of our access to the US, there are 5,235 tariff lines at HS8 that qualifies for duty-free, quota-free access into the United States. In terms of opportunities which is revealed through AGOA product coverage, AGOA covers most of the products under the tariff book, from fresh produce or agricultural products in Chapter 1 to industrial products, value-added products. Most of the products that are excluded under AGOA are largely your textile and clothing, which is excluded and also some of the agro-processed products such as canned peaches and peach juices, and also the electric manganese metal powders. But generally, most of the products are covered either under GSP or are covered under AGOA. The MFN duties in the U.S. tariff book, almost 37% of the U.S. tariff book is zero rated, meaning that as you will see in the slides to follow, you will see most of our products in 2020 entered the U.S. under MFN, meaning that most of the tariffs are zero, which also make it easy for companies to also export under that regime. I also thought it is important also to share with you some of our primary agricultural products that are allowed to enter the U.S. By the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Products like apples, garlic, ginger, grapes, citrus are allowed to enter the U.S. market. They are necessary protocols available for exports of those products. And let me also indicate at this point that for citrus, only certain magisterial districts in Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Free State are allowed for exports to the U.S. As they have been declared citrus black spot free. They can be exported to the US through 5 ports here in the U.S. And government, through the Department of Agriculture, have been working with their counterparts here in the U.S. to ensure expanded market access. I know in the Eastern Cape there is citrus there, which currently cannot be exported to the U.S. due to the citrus black spot, and also some areas in Mpumalanga and Limpopo that also requires market access. But we are working to ensure that citrus from these provinces can enjoy access into the United States. As I've indicated earlier also, we currently in 2020 had 16% of our exports entering into the United States market under AGOA and GSP, and around 83% of our exports entering into the US not claiming any duty, meaning that they are being exported under the most favored nation clause or duty. And as I've indicated also, most of the US tariff book or some of the products we export to the US are being exported duty-free. And also just to indicate a bit about AGOA utilization, which I think our good friend Kos will also from USAID will also touch on this. We under I've just mixed the numbers. Under AGOA we have 1,835 tariff lines that can enter the US market duty free, but we have seen a small number of those tariff lines being used. We currently use just below 500 of tariff lines available under AGOA, indicating that there is still a scope for us to diversify our products to the US. As you may have seen when I indicate, I've shown the list of our exports to the US. We almost 85% of our exports to the US are only in 9-10 sectors or products, meaning that our exports are concentrated and there is a need to utilize further tariff lines available under AGOA and GSP. And you will see under GSP, although we have around 3,400 tariff lines which we can export, we only export quite a few tariff lines. Collectively, of the over 5,000 tariff lines we have access to the United States, we only utilize just over close to 800 tariff lines, meaning that there is a huge opportunity and potential for us to expand our access to the United States market. And also one of the slides which I thought is very important is that the US is a big market which is worth taking advantage of. And in the last section, I think Mr. Sekete from Lesotho also indicated about AGOA that is expiring, is indefinite. It's not indefinite, it will expire in 2025. So there is a need for exporters to take advantage of AGOA as optimally as possible in order to utilize this opportunity to log in buyers, importers, so that they can be buying products from South Africa and be aware of these products we are currently South Africa can export. The US market is not without challenge. I also need to indicate that in terms of steel and aluminium, we currently have 25% being levied on South African export of steel due to the determination that foreign imports of steel into the US is threatening US national security. And the same applies to aluminium, whereby 10% tariff is being levied on aluminium exports. And these have affected hugely our exports of steel aluminium in 2020. And currently, due to South Africa having had foot and mouth disease somewhere in 2010, we still are not able to export any meat products to the US. We hope through our collaborations by our colleagues at the Department of Agriculture and also their counterparts here in the US, market access for meat products will be opened. And just to also conclude, indicate that being here in the United States, through the offices I've indicated, when there are potential buyers, there are potential exporters, existing exporters, if they would like to be connected to potential buyers or importers in the US, through our colleagues at the ECDC, they can contact us and we'll be able to provide them with a list of potential buyers in the requested products. So that is the kind of service we provide, being here on the ground. And I would like to appeal to the conference or to this symposium, in particular to exporters, to utilize us here. Even when they have challenges, I've indicated the 5 forums which we have in terms of engaging with the United States. If there are challenges, please reach out to the ECDC and also to ourselves, and let's see how we can work together to resolve some of the challenges. As the President have indicated in terms of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, the important thing is to make sure that we grow our industry, and also through that exports will be able to do that. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll be happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Letsola, for that presentation. That was a detailed presentation indeed. There is a need for us to increase our trade or exports with the USA using the current platforms that do exist like AGOA. As he has mentioned that our exports to the USA are concentrated in some certain sectors, but there's a greater need for us as a province to really take advantage of that and ensure that we diversify our export into that market to assist in the growth of our country. The next speaker right now will be Mr. Mamhunze from USAID to speak to us into increasing AGOA utilization through USAID. And we'll request all speakers actually after your presentation to stay a little bit longer with us so that we can go to question and answers. Thank you. Mr. Mamhunze, you can take or you can present. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's still morning. Program Director, thank you so much. And the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, ECDC, thank you so much for organizing this symposium and for extending your invitation to USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub, an opportunity that we gladly embraced so that we can share with exporters the role that we are playing. So my name's Cosmas Mamunze. I'm a portfolio manager at USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub, based out of Pretoria. So my presentation will cover, just briefly, I will give you an overview about who we are. And then I'll jump into the support services that we provide to ensure there's utilization of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Then the partnerships that we have or that we collaborate with, the partners that we collaborate with, and the key resources that exporters can visit for additional information and additional support. So without wasting time, I'm from USAID Southern Africa Trade Investment Hub. In short, it's a USAID Trade Hub. We are a regional project which is covering 8 countries in Southern Africa, including South Africa. And our work is to increase economic growth, global export competitiveness, and trade in Southern Africa. For us to do that, we have got 3 objectives. The first one is to increase exports from 7 of the 8 countries into South Africa. So the 7 countries are Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia. In other words, it's the 4 SACU countries, so 5 SACU countries, including South Africa, and the other 3, which are Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia. Then the second objective is which is the reason why we are participating in this forum, is to increase exports from the 8 countries to the US under AGOA. And Mr. Malose has touched on AGOA, so I won't be touching on that. I'll just be looking at what we do. The third objective is to boost capital and technology from South Africa to the other 7 countries that I've mentioned. So those are the 3 key or strategic objectives that guide our operations and how we can engage with partners and exporters. So how do we do that? How do we support exports from the region, from South Africa, from Eastern Cape to the United States under the African Growth and Opportunity Act? So first things first, we realize that there are market entry requirements that exporters have got to meet to be able to export to the US. So one such requirement is certification. The products have to meet internationally recognized certifications. In this case, we work with various partners, for example, to support organic certification, which is the National Organic Program. That's the US one, because there are other organic certifications for other markets, such as for Europe. Then food safety certifications, such as your FSSC 22000, the British Retail Consortium, BRC, which are accepted or recognized by retailers in the United States. And we partner with South African-based partners such as Seriset, EcoSet Southern Africa, Intertech, BSI, and others, on a cost-sharing basis, whereby we support exporters to attain these certifications. The second aspect, but still on market entry requirements, is making sure that exporters meet, especially when it comes to food, ag, cosmetics, to ensure that exporters meet U.S. Food and Drug Administration compliance requirements. In this case, it's a registration. We support firms to make sure that they register either on their own, or if they need partners supporting service providers to do that. In the US, we have got partnerships. We've got a slide that will talk to the partners that we have. Then FDA labeling review, as you see on the right, on your right, these are the new requirements, the new labeling requirements that are required. So we work with established entities in the US to help regional firms to ensure that their labels meet US market entry requirements. Right, moving forward, we, Mr. Malose has touched on the effect of COVID. It has actually heightened the need for exporters to participate on online platforms. So we have engaged trade promotion service providers in the US to ensure that more regional firms participate in online in e-commerce. So one such entity is Albert Scott, based in the US, which is helping companies, regional companies, to list on Amazon. And I'm glad to say that one Eastern Cape company was included in the 5 firms pilot that we had, and right now we looking to list a total of 21 companies by March 31st. And the second wave, the second wave, which is April to June, we're looking at an additional 19 firms, so that we have got 40 firms. We are targeting a total of 40 firms to be listed on Amazon from the region. So it's an opportunity for Eastern Cape firms that are export ready, that feel they can participate on e-commerce, particularly on Amazon, to reach out to us. We also partnered with Informa Markets. This entity focuses, our relationship focuses on supporting ingredient firms. They've got a platform that lists ingredient suppliers. So it's a platform that gives exposure to ingredient suppliers from the region to be noticed and to engage with US buyers. So as it yesterday, 51 companies from the region were listed on Informa Markets. It's a US platform. They were listed on Supply Side Network 365. Last year, we had an organic certification webinar in partnership with the Organic Trade Association, which is in the US, as well as EcoSet Southern Africa. And following that, the establishment of that relationship, Organic Trade Association has allowed us to list firms that are National Organic Program certified, to list them in their online directory, which is Find Organic. So 17 companies from the region have been listed. It's an open invitation, as long provided the exporter is NOP certified. So it's an opportunity. So we just picked a few, but there are others, such as the Africa Trade Platform, which has been created, and support from USA Trade Up. Messe Frankfurt, which is focused on textiles and apparel. USA Trade Up also supports firms to participate at international trade shows. One of them, last January 19th to 22nd, we had Special Food Live, which was organized by the Special Food Association, and 23 companies from the region participated, including one from Eastern Cape. We also supported 6 companies from the region to exhibit at IFT 19 in New Orleans in 2019. One Eastern Cape company participated. And in November last year, we had a handbag and leather accessories event, which included buyers from the US. Several firms participated. And we've got 3 upcoming shows that we thought we could list. One of them is the Magic Show. It's a textiles, apparel, footwear, accessories event, which traditionally takes place in Las Vegas in February and August. So we're looking at participating in or supporting participation in August. Then the Summer Fun Food Show traditionally takes place June, July in New York at the Jarvis Center. We have participated at this event since 2017, and a bulk of our participants were from South Africa. And this year, it's going to be a hybrid event whereby US-based exhibitors and buyers can participate in person, physically, whereas international exhibitors will have to do virtually. So it's related to the Special Food Live event that took place in January. So we're looking at supporting firms to exhibit on a cost-sharing basis. We also have All Fashion. Most people would know South Africa. So All Fashion is going to take place in Cape Town. It's organized by Messe Frankfurt, and USA Trade Up is always a key partner. The other support services that we provide are the ongoing buyer-seller linkages. We have got partners in the US, such as On Deck, which helps to link exporters with retailers and distributors in the US. FFF Associates, focusing on ingredients, and there's a buyer-seller webinar focusing on ingredients that's going to be established. Dates will be made available through our partner, Eastern Cape Development Corporation, ECDC. We also working with Bafana World Projects, focusing on textiles and apparel, as well as Andreas Saudias. This one is a consultant and very knowledgeable about the textiles and apparel sector in the US. So he helps to identify buyers. He helps to mentor exporters so that they meet buyer requirements. We also have developed some tools and some systems which are shared with partners and exporters. For example, the AGOA Export User Manual and fact sheets. These have been developed and shared, and they are also on our website. We're developing a video on AGOA export processes, and will be shared with partners as well in the Eastern Cape and in South Africa and the region. We also developed a handmade e-look book featuring arts and crafts exporters from the region, and this is shared widely, including with US buyers. The next part, although it does not apply to South Africa, but we have supported countries in the region to develop AGOA utilization strategies. We, like I said earlier, we have organized webinars, several of them, and they are available on our website. So please feel free to visit our website for additional information. So the work that we do, we collaborate. We are a project. We've got we have got a lifespan. After we are gone, some of the initiatives that we came up with need to continue. Business must continue. Exporting between the region and the US must continue. So we partner with several. We established strategic partners with several entities. On the US side, the South African Consulate General has been is our key partner. We have collaborated on trade events like the Summer Fans Food Show and other events, including a cosmetics webinar that we held last year as well. They are a key partner for us, and still on the US, we have got a partnership with the Special Food Association, SFA. They organize the special food event in the Summer Fans Food Show. The American Apparel and Footwear Association, as the name suggests, focuses on apparel and footwear. We have got a partnership with them, and so they provide market awareness on footwear and apparel. The Organic Trade Association, I have already alluded to this one. There are other technical trade promotion service providers on the US side, such as Albert Scott on Amazon, FFF Associates, Informal Markets, I've touched on these two, US Import Agent and Registrar Corp. They are very key in terms of FDA compliance. So you can reach out to us if you need to be in touch with this company, with these entities. On the South African side, our key partners include the Eastern Cape Development Corporation and other provincial trade investment agencies, as you can see. And then other business member organizations include AmCham, the Border K, Chamber of Business, Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce, Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber. And technical partners include the likes of EcoSet, SiriSet, BSI, Intertech. So you can see that most of our work we're not doing it on our own, but we do it on a collaborative arrangement. And in the region, there are a number of business member organizations, trade investment promotion agencies that we also collaborate with. We have developed a slide that will help you to get information, more information, sometimes even more specific information. This list has got information on AGOA, frequently asked questions on AGOA. If one is into apparel and textile, there's the OTEXA, which one can visit for additional information. Special Food Association companies, exporters can be members of this SFA. Organic Trade Association, OTA, if you are into organic space, it's a good platform to be listed with. Then our website, Sati Hub. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to this short presentation. I'm available to attend to questions after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maumane, for such a good presentation. It is indeed evident that participation in the export market requires strong collaboration. And having said that, that's why I believe that Eastern Cape as a province, ECDC, have strongly partnered with Mr. Maumane or USAID in terms of promoting our trade or exports into the USA market. But without wasting any time, if Mr. Harris is ready. As we wait for Mr. Harris, then we would like to request our exporters in the Eastern Cape to really take it upon themselves to continuously engage us as the Metro in Nelson Mandela, the Metro at Balfour City, and also at the provincial level ECDC, to ensure that you understand in which direction the province is going in terms of, one, market identification, and which products we have identified for which market. Like I said in the beginning, that the space of exports requires joint partnership between ourselves as the public sector, between the public sector and its partners like USAID, and then between ourselves and the private sector. It is a joint effort because as the province ourselves, our desire is to ensure that our companies, they grow beyond the borders of Eastern Cape province, and then we grow also beyond the borders of South Africa, particularly targeting markets like the USA. As the previous speaker, Mr. Lezol, have said that our exports to the USA are focused on particular sectors. And as he was presenting, we could note that there is a gap or there is a deficit of trade between ourselves and the USA, particularly in the service sector. It is upon ourselves, therefore, that how do we work together in terms of growing the service sector in the Eastern Cape and ensuring that we turn around that deficit that we are experiencing with the USA. And you will note also that most of our exports to the USA are more particularly concentrated on the food sector, but we need to also tap into other sectors of importance. If the next speaker is ready, we will give them the floor. They are not ready yet. Therefore, it requires me to continue speaking. Right. The next speaker will be speaking to us about Australia. And then I would like to categorically state that Australia is one of the key markets, one of the markets that we are targeting as a province for both exports and for investments. Ours is to build strong partnerships with buyers in the Australian market. And we go even beyond that and see how do we partner with them in terms of capacity building and SMME development of those SMMEs and exporters or emerging exporters within our province. Like I said in the beginning, it is all about joint efforts. And with Australia, we have been working closely with the Australia Africa Chamber of Commerce, whose interests are to promote trade between Africa and Australia. If the next speaker is ready, and if not, then we'll continue talking. And then for me, let me acknowledge the presence of the CEO of ECDC amongst us. It shows that this export symposium is very supported at the strategic level. Even yesterday, we have experienced the participation of the political leaderships in the province. That highlights or that emphasizes the importance of the focus in promoting exports. And promotion of export then requires that as a province, we grow our exporter base. And growing our exporter base then requires us as the province to industrialize, to grow the manufacturing sector. And that is exactly what we have been doing as the province. Are we not able to go to the next speaker, which is Mr. Demlen? No, Mr. Dion. If Dion is available and is ready, then we can go to Dion. Then we can go back to Mr. Harris. Dion is coming. Okay. We will then go straight to the presentation by Mr. Dion, who is going to be speaking about facilitating trade between South Africa and the UAE, realizing business potential with Dubai's trading ecosystem. My technical guys, is it ready? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Africa. First of all, a big thank you to George, Linda, and the entire ECDC team for giving us the opportunity to speak on this platform and getting connected to all you wonderful people. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all from sunny Dubai. My name is Dion, and I represent DP World UAE region. Today, I shall be showcasing and speaking about the Jebel Ali ecosystem and also the Africa-UAE bridge initiated by DP World UAE. Before I move ahead with my presentation, just a small check if my screen is visible to all. So here's presenting Dubai. The slide itself speaks about the city. Yes, it is a gateway to more than 3 billion consumers within the GCC and the wider region. The city sits on a strategic prime location, connecting east to west with an excellent connectivity, be it sea, air or road. Dubai is not only just a tourist destination, but a city of business and commerce. It has proved itself as a financial hub and connects business to the world. Dubai also is one of the few cities in the Middle East that is very open to welcoming tourists. The city is considered as a safe travel destination and one of the unique cities considered as a traveler's dream. It is ranked number 1 as Middle East's most desirable city and number 1 as world's most cosmopolitan city. Dubai also ranks 5th as the world's best city for expats to live and work and the most visited city in the world. The beauty of Dubai, the visionary leaders, the innovative minds, the lifestyle, the people, its matured laws, the outreach to the top universities, its diversified economy has proven to the world that we don't wait for things to happen, we make things happen. The city is a gateway to the UAE and trading hub for the GCC and wider region. We are ranked 3rd in the world for being the largest re-export market. The highest FDI flow comes into Dubai and ranks number 8 as a financial center globally. Not only this, the city is considered as the most safest city in the world amidst this pandemic. This itself is a proof that Dubai is a city built to live in and prosper. Moving on, I'll walk you through our global portfolio. And since we are in Jebel Ali, I would like to emphasize more on Jebel Ali and its ecosystem. Today, DP World is a leading trade enabler and one of the top port and terminal operators globally. We started this journey many years back, and today we operate across all the 6 continents from east to west. We operate in more than 80 plus marine and inland terminals in 51 countries. Our portfolio is not limited to port operations, but we operate parks and free zones also around the world. In addition, we are also into logistics and recently into maritime services, which brings value to our customers and business partners. Let's have a quick overview of DP World UAE region. Out here we have the Jebel Ali Port and Free Zone. It's one of the world's leading trade hub and also the gateway to the regional trade, catering to over 3.5 billion people. On the ports and terminals front, we have Jebel Ali Port, we have the Mina Rashid, Mina Hamria, Marfa Marasi and the dry port. We also have the parks and economic zones, logistics and the marinas. So the entire integrated ecosystem, you have Jebel Ali Port, Jebel Ali Free Zone, you have the National Industrials Park and the Traders Market, which helps facilitate trade. Besides that, we also have Smart Solution Logistics, which is our in-house logistics company to help our customers. Let's look at Jebel Ali, our flagship port. Why do we call Jebel Ali a flagship port? Because we have the biggest capacity in the region with a capacity of over 22 million TEUs. In fact, you can see the Jebel Ali terminal, which is right behind me. Our Jebel Ali port is the region's polyfunctional seaport with an ability to handle any or all types of cargo that our customers need, be it container, break bulk, solid bulk, liquid bulk, ro-ro, passengers, livestock, including storage and warehousing facilities. We also cater to temperature-controlled storage solutions for our customers. Now, phase 1 of our fully automated container terminal 4 is now fully operational on a key length of 1200 meters with 13 tandem cranes. It has the capability to handle ultra-large 24,000 TEU class container vessels. We will have the box bay technology with the high bay storage system, which will bring in a lot of efficiency both in the quayside and in the yards. Now this will be a game changer for both green and brownfield terminals and will change the way the containers are handled in ports. It is fully automated and gives direct access to each container, eliminating unproductive moves, resulting in significant speed and major reduction in the operating cost. Let's look at the connectivity. Now this is actually our USP because Jebel Ali is well connected by sea, air, land, and we now have the missing link, which is the Etihad rail. Let's look at the seafront. We have a network of 80 plus weekly shipping services connecting to over 150 global ports. You can connect to the regional market with 60 weekly connections to Middle East and the Indian subcontinent. You have the international market access with 46 weekly connections, nearly 10,000 vessels called Jebel Ali per year. Now look at the air front. Out here, Dubai, they have the DXB and the DWC airport. Now Jebel Ali port is connected to Al Maktoum International via a dedicated corridor. So actually you can move cargo from the sea port to the airport and vice versa via a single document. This is one of the first in its kind in the world. Let's look at the land connectivity. We are connected by road. You can connect anywhere into the GCC in 2 to 3 days. And very soon, as part of the rail infrastructure, Etihad Rail is under construction and will link UAE to the rest of the GCC. Now, this is a slide for you to let you know how we can connect Africa to the global markets from Dubai. Now, we have 8 direct weekly services from Jebel Ali port to 9 ports in Africa. There is enough capacity to cater to sizable businesses, and it can be increased if required, as the yields generated by the shipping lines in Africa are very attractive for them. Let's look at Jebel Ali Free Zone. Now this is the region's largest port-centric free zone and an integrated industrial trade and logistics hub. In over 3 decades, JAFTA grew from 19 companies in 1985 to more than 500 in 1995, and today it's over 8,000. Now this includes nearly 100 global Fortune 500 companies with $100 billion trade value. Yes, it is huge. Most of these companies have set up their regional headquarters in JAFTA to serve the wider Middle East region comprising West Asia, CIS, Africa and Indian subcontinent. JAFZA proudly stands as a dynamic base for thousands of businesses from over 100 countries. It sustains in more than 135,000 jobs and attracts almost 24% of Dubai's FDI. Now some would say, why JAFZA? Because JAFZA is one of the most competitive locations to establish your business and see it grow. Everything at JAFZA has been designed with the unique needs of manufacturing and trading companies in mind. We offer 100% ownership, 0% import and export duties, with 0% tax benefits, and no restrictions on your capital returns. It is also a VAT designated zone located strategically adjacent to the port and a customized platform for global connectivity. These are some of the F&B capabilities that we have in JAFZA. Let me talk about the tea processing. Today you have tea companies out here in JAFZA where they import into Jebel Ali, they import tea leaves, they process it, blend it, package it and distribute to the mainland and also re-export to the region around here. Let's look at sugar. We also have raw sugar coming in from across the globe. This gets processed at the quayside. We've given facilities for them to do a processing, packaging and plus exporting it to all the different countries. Similarly, you have for different commodities like canned foods, chocolate, fish farm and bread. Here's DP World footprint in Africa today. Today we are present in over 9 countries in Africa. We have about 11 terminals spread across 9 countries, and these are Algeria, Egypt, Djibouti, Somaliland, Rwanda, Komati Port in South Africa, Mozambique, Angola and Senegal. So let me talk a little more about Kigali, because Kigali Logistics Platform is a secure and a bonded facility of 13 hectares. It is set up by DP World and the government of Rwanda. Designed to increase efficiency and reduce cost of delivered goods. It's 20 kilometers from the capital of Kigali, close to the airport. It also features an inland container terminal and modern warehousing. Also has cool and cold store facility in stage 2. Let's talk a little more about South Africa UAE trade. If you look at the trade value in 2019, you had the overall South Africa trade value was $720 billion. Now, out of which Dubai was only $8 billion. I mean, the UAE was $8 billion, out of which 50% was for Dubai. So today, we were the number 14 trading partner for South Africa. UAE is also home for over 10,000 African companies. UAE is also number 4 largest global investor in Africa. We increased our trade by 60% from 2016 onwards. Let's look at some of the commodities that import from UAE to South Africa. UAE to South Africa, it's of course mostly oil and gas and the base metals, that's copper and aluminium wire. Now exports from South Africa to UAE, you have the copper tubes and pipes, you have slag and no doubt your fresh produce, the citrus, apples, pears and apricot. Now what is the UAE Africa Bridge Initiative? Now, the UAE Africa Bridge Initiative encourages more business and trade, especially to the small and medium enterprises. We have launched the Business Incubation Center at JAFZA, where we subsidize the cost of doing business by 65% for the first 3 years of establishment to enable companies to grow from a small office to a very big enterprise. And today, setting up of companies in Dubai has been made much easy for any businessman to start small in UAE and grow big in the region. We have a complete ecosystem and are positioned at every step of the supply chain to support our customers from the first to the last mile delivery. Look at Jebel Ali's ecosystem. Jebel Ali's ecosystem provides a complete solution on customer touch points, be it support from government entities, financial support, multimodal connectivity for both local and cross-border movement of cargo, or any complementary services like insurance, banking, etc. We are there to support and cater to our customer needs. Jebel Ali facilitates quick and easy access to Middle East, Indian subcontinent, Africa, which helps in faster turnaround time. We also provide industrial land for manufacturing, which has long-term lease visibility, or even tailor-made solutions for short-term storage solutions for our customers. Jebel Ali is also the largest port in the region, and being next to Jafza, we are capable of getting exports processed within 24 hours. We provide a complete network of the buyers, sellers, supporting entities in supply chain, and our customers avail benefits from over 350 logistics companies which are established in Jafza. Now, this is one of the largest integrated multimodal unique platform connecting all the key stakeholders. We offer all our services through our single window digital platform, which is called Dubai Trade, which connects all supply chain enablers and customers. The adoption of this platform has enabled a 50% reduction in process time for our importers and exporters. I would like to conclude by saying that in Jebel Ali, we have an ecosystem with dedicated industry clusters to match and support the demand of Africa's export growth. By thinking ahead, foreseeing change, and continuously innovating, we aim to create the most productive, efficient, and safe trade solutions. We aim to bring about a new era of prosperity, not just for ourselves, but for everyone. And this is possible only with you. So, we are ready. We wish to collaborate and would like to continue strengthening the business ties between the two nations. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all good luck. Actually, I also wish if someone could play Shakira's song, It's Time for Africa.
Mr. Harris stated that they don't wait for things to happen, but they make things happen. We want to thank Mr. Dion actually for his presentation, and I believe that we can now move to the pre-recorded message or presentation from Mr. Harris. We will wait for things to happen, but there shall come a time that we will also pride ourselves as Africans to say we don't wait for things to happen, but we make things happen. And they are going to happen now. There we go.
Good morning and good evening, wherever you may be. My name is Duncan Harris, and I'm the President of the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce. We are the peak body for bilateral trade and investment with Africa. I would, at the outset, like to congratulate Mr. George and his team at the Eastern Cape Development Corporation for their initiative in putting together this symposium and exhibition. In this COVID-constrained world, it provides both opportunity and hope for each of us to make helpful contacts and connections to generate business for our mutual benefit. This session is entitled Identifying Export Opportunities. It follows other earlier sessions that have had excellent speakers from both Africa and elsewhere, which also highlights such opportunities. I would like to hope that my presentation, Investment and Trade Opportunities with Australia, will serve as a good introduction to this topic and lead to further positive engagement with each other. In preparing it, I have heavily lent on material prepared by our partner organisation Austrade, and also on some earlier research prepared by Martin Cameron, who will be known to many of you, of Trade Advisory at Northwest University, and with whom we also enjoy partnership. So, investment and trade opportunities for Australia. This is our presentation, and I hope you can enjoy it. Foreign direct investment is, of course, of absolute fundamental importance to Australia. It has been since our founding. We're ranked the 8th most attractive in destination for FDI, and our outperformance versus peer markets for more than 2 decades has been outstanding. And job creation, we've found our way to, after the setbacks of COVID, we're now back to almost pre-COVID unemployment levels of only 5.8%. You'll see in this slide in front of you now the foreign direct investment in Australia by country. It's substantially US, UK, Japan, Netherlands and Canada. And of course, there's lots of scope and opportunity for this to lead us to South Africa. In the following slide, it in fact highlights the foreign direct investment by industry. And of course it's led by mining, manufacturing, financial, insurance, real estate and services. Mining distorts it slightly because of the sheer value that's been attributed to our iron ore sales. In the following slide, the GDP, the top 20 world economy, whilst the US and China are the two majors, Australia ranks well with all other countries listed. As with GDP economic growth since 1961, the Australian average annual growth rate has been in excess of 3% throughout this period, and indeed greater at times. But on reflection, it is on reflection the stability of the Australian economy that stands out. The economic growth by country and region, though, is particularly insightful. Australia clearly outperforms others in the OECD with a growth of 3.2%. In fact, the current forecast figure, the latest forecast figure, is 4.5% as we rebound from COVID. The GDP on high economic output per capita, Australia ranks 5th, with Switzerland, Norway, the USA and Singapore in GDP per person at over USD $50,000 per person. A very strong position. So our diversity of growth, though, is again a very interesting expression. The diversity. There's over 20 sectors here highlighted in this particular slide, which you can read at your leisure, but it highlights the strength and growth of our various sectors. Low debt to GDP level. Well, as it says here, pre-COVID, the Australian general government net debt as a percentage of GDP in 2019 was a mere 23.2%. And whilst there's been a major blowout in funding the various support measures it's put in place, it is still relatively modest and manageable compared to those whose debt load was already burdensome and who are now struggling with payment obligations. We have a number of globally significant and dynamic industries. We have major sector champions in mining and mets, where it is in the top 5 in the world, agricultural products, top 14, and investment fund assets, which are the 5th largest in the world. Foreign student education and tourism, foreign student education was previously 3rd and tourism 8th, well, they're both currently battered by our closed border policy and the trade blocking actions by the Chinese government. Of global significance is Australian financial markets, and this highlights the depth and breadth of the Australian financial market across 6 key areas. The assets of Australian financial institutions, the fund assets under management, they're the 5th largest in the world. We have the 9th largest stock exchange in the world, the 4th largest pension assets in the world, and the 10th largest over-the-counter foreign exchange daily turnover, and the 11th largest international and domestic debt securities in value. It's a very, very strong financial situation. We, of course, enjoy an enormous export of goods. We are an export-orientated country, but a lot of that comes about because of other countries who have invested with us, who in turn then re-export back to different markets. So we enjoy major agricultural exports across a wide band of commodities. We're also rich in mineral exports. In value, it has led by iron ore and natural gas and gold. Top 15 export markets? Well, China continues to dominate in value, but their all but insatiable appetite for iron ore is the lead there, whilst Japan leads in gas purchases and other commodities. Very consequential to all of this, of course, has been the development of our free trade agreements, which we actively progress. We've been country-specific, but more recently, we're multilateral. These latter agreements include the CPTPP, which is the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships, and the RCP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Current discussions are well underway with the UK and the EU, and indeed Scandinavia, and we need to pay attention to the opportunity that is the Continental Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, which came into being as the 1st of January this year. And it just so happens that I'm in discussion with DFAT on this very matter in Canberra next Tuesday. With such a robust economy, one of the things we pride ourselves on is our innovation credentials. And Australia actively seeks companies and individuals to work within our dynamic and innovative frameworks. Consider these 6 criteria. We are ranked first for technological readiness, third for the highest number of universities in the world's top 100. We're ranked 5th for global entrepreneurship. Our CSIRO is ranked in the top 1% of the world's scientific institutions in 14 of 22 fields. About 50% of Australian firms are what we call innovation active, and we have a highly skilled workforce with 44% of Australia's workforce with a tertiary qualification. Our tech credentials are also a standout. We have 800 fintech companies, 500 medtech companies, 350 edtech companies, 400 agtech and food tech companies, each of them leaders in their fields, ranking with the world's best. Again, take time out at the end of this presentation to look at some of these slides. So innovation and skills, we have a highly credentialed group of people, a world of research and development which stands us with the rest of the world, though I must admit there's lots of criticism within Australia that we should and can do more. Of great comfort as we bring forward all this is of course our very high academic rankings. Such innovation is driven by the quality of our education, with Australia ranked 3rd after the USA and the UK in the international table of rankings of universities worldwide. So we have a highly skilled and innovative workforce. The sound education base gives rise in turn to highly skilled and innovative workforce participation. I'd suggest you study this slide at your leisure when you break down the various elements that make it up, but it is really of great encouragement. It is most insightful. In our global competitiveness ranking, well, the World Economic Forum Competitiveness Report ranks Australia within the top 10 of all rankings for such important matters as trade openness, soundness of banks, days to start a business, property rights and judicial independence. With the IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook in 2019 also highlights that state ownership is not a threat to business activities. The economy has strong resilience to economic cycles, as since proven by the impact of COVID. Public sector contracts are open to foreign bidders. Stock markets provide adequate financing to companies. Competition legislation is efficient and prevents unfair competition. In this environment, it is striking that the digital quality of life on global rankings that Australia is ranked number 1, a very sure sign of a positive work-related environment. Equally, of great importance in this world of ESG is the importance of governance, and we enjoy a well-supported and respectable and reassuring 6 across such criteria as voice and accountability, political stability and absence of violence and terrorism, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, control of corruption. All of them most important. The key indicators for the ease of doing business. Well, again, Australia provides a great environment for ease of doing business. It ranks 4 for getting credit, 6 for enforcing contracts, 7 for starting a business. Well, the global receipts, this is obviously crashed since we had the COVID impact, but the travel bubbles that have been foreshadowed and encouraged by the prospect of a vaccine passport look like it's going to help us recover. Right now, of course, we're all doing what we can with domestic tourism. So, foreign direct investment, your guide to investing. These are just dot points for your thoughts, but please, this is where we come in to help bring you and encourage you to look at Australia. We welcome productive foreign direct investment. We have 3 levels of government for Australia. We have the federal, state and territory, and local. And Australia's foreign investment policy framework comprises the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Act 1975 and its related regulations, and Australia's foreign investment policy. Australia's foreign investment policy provides guidance on factors such as national security, environment policy, the impact on economy, community and character of investor. Investment by a foreign entity Australia may even require a formal submission and approval of a proposal by the Foreign Investment Review Board. And there are various investor obligations because investors are expected to understand Australia's regulatory environment. So, here's an interesting graphic. There's only just 8 of them there to simply have you highlight what are these opportunities. Agribusiness and food, digital economy and ICT, major infrastructure, material science and technology, medical science and technology, resources and energy, tourism infrastructure, and the booming and developing Northern Australian area, all of which could benefit from the investment and the influx of South African innovation itself. Australia's imports, well, these are the top 10 that we have, which range from machinery, mineral fuels, vehicles. You read the list right down to furniture, bedding and lighting. A number of these, according to Martin Cameron, really fit the what can be done from South Africa investing into Australia. But here we have just a few 4 logos, in fact, of South African investors in Australia across retail, fast-moving consumer goods and property. But the absolute key line here is that there's approximately 200,000 South African-born people who are now living in Australia. They have brought to Australia their driving capacity and we're enjoying success in their various callings. We at the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce can help interested parties in assisting their entry to Australia by helping create pathways for establishing your business here. We look forward to helping you take your next steps to gain a foothold in the growing Australian economy, which is today all but free of the COVID infections as we roll out our national vaccination program. Please do not hesitate to contact us. Our contact details are on the screen. We look forward to you being in touch with us, and we thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, technical guys, for the video. If we do have any question for Mr. Duncan Harris, they can be forwarded to him. Unfortunately, he could not be live with us due to time differences. The time, as I look at it right now, is almost 5 to 1. It tells me that we are in track in terms of time. And number 2, it tells me that we have indeed stepped out of the African continent and we're dealing with different continents. And that speaks to the issues, therefore, of connectivity into the continent that me and you have to address. It speaks to export opportunities that do exist in the African continent, basically on the ICT sector and related services sectors. Having said that, I'm not sure if Mr. Letsoalo is still online. If he's still online, Mr. Letsoalo would like to pose a questions to you before we get any question from the audience and if there are questions online. But Mr. Letsoalo, the question will be from my side. Based on the previous protective economic policies that can be viewed as nationalistic policies or inward-looking policies that the USA has taken in the previous years, or I might say the previous administration. What is the future of South Africa's participation on AGOA? That will be the question to Mr. Letsoalo. As we wait for Mr. Letsoalo, the next question that I will pose is to Mr. Cosmas, if he's still online. If he is online, we'd like to ask him how effective has AGOA been in terms of promotion or the increase of our exports into the American markets? And why is our exports using that AGOA are mostly not diversified or concentrated on particular sectors? We will allow Mr. Letsoalo to answer the question. The question is, based on previous years, we will wait as the technical guys are still trying to connect our guys. As we wait, by the show of hand, I will just take one question from the audience. Going once, the gentleman there. Please keep your questions short and precise. Be mindful of the time. You may pose your question.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is directed to ECDC. Mainly, there are opportunities that have been streamlined by many of the speakers. The question then towards ECDC is, what's the hold-up within our province in terms of taking advantage of those opportunities? Especially within the African context, you'll understand that we have about 65% of cultivatable land, and yet we are we are importing around 35 billion of agricultural products into the country. What is the hold-up? And lastly, the 40,122 commercial farms that are found within South Africa, having Western Cape with the biggest income and followed by Free State. What seems to be the hold-up in Eastern Cape, not even getting into the top three? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe whilst the technicians are still connecting, I think if you look at the issues of export, there are a number of factors that affect our export. One, the market is available, as you can see. With our missions, we have created a lot of interest. However, when the market come and approach us, most of the time our producers are not ready to supply for a number of reasons. Those are farmers in the deciduous and citrus fruit, They were not able to supply to the UAE and GCC, citing that they've got contracts with, other farmers or other markets within the country. So therefore, that opportunity, when it came, it also exposed a number of challenges. One, most of the farmers in the deciduous and citrus fruit that were given farms under the land reform program were never empowered. Once the farms were transferred to them and were under their ownership, they became vulnerable to the previous owners, to a point that previous owners pinned them down into medium to long-term contract to sell to them only. So that prevents them getting into the export market. That's another one. The second part is that our farming infrastructure and has not been in the state where we are able to utilize the bulk of the arable land to produce commercially for a number of reasons. In the communal land area, there are challenges. Financing institutions used to find it difficult to use the land as collateral security for debt financing to the farms. I'm sure government is working on that because the Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform and the Minister of Development of Trade, Industry and Competitions last week launched a fund called Agribusiness Fund, which is a blended finance fund that recognizes land in communal land as an asset. So maybe that's a step in addressing some of those. Production of agriculture, though we are potentially one of the region endowed with agricultural resources, is very minimal in the Eastern Cape. So we may boast that we can supply. When the market comes, then supply becomes a challenge. We have been tested in a number of fronts. One, when it came to livestock to the UAE, we are procuring from the Eastern Cape, but we have to go to the Northern Cape and the Western Cape to get the volumes, both for chilled meat and live animal. Deciduous fruit and citrus fruit, one of the biggest hypermarket group in the UAE, Grand Hyper, approached us. They had specific tonnage per month, to be exported via sea. Our farmers, when approached, could not supply. A lot of those that are emerging and lack readiness to supply, that is a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. George, for that answer. We will continue to go to Mr. Letswalo. If he can hear us, the question was, Mr. Letswalo, due to previous years or based on previous years' American stance, which were more protective economic policy or nationalistic in the views of many people, what is the future of South Africa's participation in AGOA based on the challenges that we ourselves as South Africa had with AGOA?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can hear me on your side. Thank you very much for the question. If you can hear me on your side. In terms of AGOA, I think let me just indicate that AGOA is an act of U.S. Congress, and currently it will expire in 2025. Congress has yet to indicate what would happen beyond 2025. A number of congressional leaders, in particular the chairperson of the African Foreign Affairs in Congress and the Subcommittee on Africa, have engaged the African Diplomatic Corps in terms of that particular question on AGOA, and they have indicated that so far Congress has not yet looked into the question of AGOA. So I think that is where the issue of AGOA is as we speak today. And I think from our side, as course have indicated, we have concentrated on how we can assist our exporters to meet market requirements into the US market in terms of labeling and other things, so that we can reduce the cost of exporting. But this is just to ensure that there may be some uncertainty what will happen to AGOA. The concentration now is how we can ensure that our exporters can use as optimally as much as possible of AGOA. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Lutzola, for that answer. We'll just go to one question that we had posed to Mr. Cosmos. I'm not sure if he can hear us. Mr. Cosmos, the question was, how effective has AGOA been in increasing South Africa's exports into the US market?
Right. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. I would say, well, thank you. So, based on our experience and the companies that we have worked with in South Africa and in the region, there's an echo. Right. So we have supported firms that had never exported to the US, opened doors, and firms have actually recorded the exports to the United States. And from where we sit, they are riding on the competitiveness aspect, whereby they are exporting to the US duty free. So it makes their products more competitive. One part. Then the other part is where, for example, a South African exporter enters into a private labeling arrangement, for example, in a US buyer. As that's strategic, it means that the exporting firm has got food in the US market, even if it's under private labeling. So what I'm saying is that this has been successful on different angles that you look at it. Private labeling, direct exportation, from listing on Amazon, exporters riding on AGOA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosmos. Just one last question that goes to Mr. Dion, then we can break for lunch. I'm not sure if Mr. Dion is online. If he's still there, just a quick one.
Hello?
Mr. Dion, the question will be to you. The question will be to you, how open is the UAE market for other South African products apart from agro-processing? Is the UAE market for
All right, I got the question. Thank you very much for the question. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, the UAE is open for any and every product that is available because we are an import market. Everything out here is imported. Most of the 80-85% of the goods are imported into UAE. So yes, we are very open. Let us know if you need any help in your imports or in getting you connected to the trade out here. Yeah, I'm glad to help. I've shared my email address. Please feel free to contact me. I hope I answered your question.
You've answered the question, Mr. Leon. Thanks, Dion. Thanks a lot. Just a last question to Mr. Cosmas. The question comes from one of our audience, Herbert. He says, Herbert, what are we doing to prepare exporters to meet the various quality standards such as those of FDA? Do we have active quality assessments and programs in the export field such as those done by SABS? The question can be taken by Mr. Cosmas.
Right. Thank you for the question. So, in terms of what we have done is awareness creation. We have partnered with US-based entities, Registrar Corp, US Import Agent, and I understand SA Embassy in the US also even partnered with FDA. Organized awareness sessions on US FDA requirements. That awareness is a starting point so that companies have a clear understanding, can plan appropriately, and invest in ensuring that there's compliance. That's number one. Then the second part is where we also chip in, where we cost share with companies to attain the certifications that are required by the market, including basic FDA requirements. So it's support, it's awareness. That's what we have done.
Thank you, Mr. Cosmas. I would like to add on top on that to say that the ECDC and the province has partnered, particularly the ECDC, has partnered with USID in terms of addressing issues when it comes to quality or standards. And there is cost sharing in terms of the registration of food, drug, or FDA certifications and other related certifications to the market. Companies are assisted by ECDC. If you want more information on that, please do contact Linda or Mr. George. He will give me more information in terms of that. I would like to thank you for staying with us up until this far. Now we will move to lunch before we go to the next session. Please come back at 10 to 2 in the same place, and we will try by all means to start on time. Thank you.
presentation. He hasn't given it to us yet. Okay, can you use this laptop, right?
Two.
That now will be speaking into the mic on your.
Two, one, two. One, two. Two. Oh, sorry. One, two. Two, one, two. Okay, so. Two, one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to those who are online. I think it's the time for us now to start with the last part of our session that speaks to export finance. In the export market, if you are to export your goods to either country, whether in Africa, whether to US or European markets, one needs to put in place financial instruments that will assist you in terms of exporting your product to whichever market. That's why we've got other organizations, one that has presented last evening or yesterday, called ECIC, that assist with ensuring, or that assist with export insurance and covering of political risks when exporting to countries like Africa. But it is not for me to do the setting of the scene in terms of the export finance. It is for Mr. Phakisa George, who will take over the session number 3 and be the moderator of the session. Mr. George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonas. They always say in the afternoon it's a grave session because people are full and tired. To our buyers that are joining us, scores of them joining us online, our policymakers, our partners in the trade and investment promotion in the African continent, in the Middle East, Australia, and other countries that are participating here today, my colleagues, partner institutions, the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, Buffalo City Metro, the Shareholder Department, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Good afternoon. This session is, from yesterday, we have had various exciting opportunities from various countries about the opportunities to trade. To prove a point that this platform is not a waste of time, already we had a full session up to late last evening of our companies already negotiating with the Rwandan buyers. So because now we have connected you to the markets, Eastern Cape, South African producers, I know the next question is, one, how do I get my products across the borders to another country? That is the logistic companies and the freight forwarders would deal with that. But the next thing is your financial institution or banks or DFIs now become your partners, not even a service provider, they become your partner because you are now getting your product across the borders to a country that is using a different financial system, different currency. So there are instruments that financial institution made available for you for the purposes of exporting to the other countries. Or most of our producers import components in order to manufacture for export. So that also applies to you as in your production production system, where you need to import certain components in order to finalize your finished product before export. So you need capital, you need finance. Therefore, with all of the information on the opportunities, today we had a menu of opportunities in Guinea, opportunities in Ghana, opportunities in the UAE, we had opportunities in the USA, we had opportunities in Lesotho. So it's up to us to get ready. There was a question that was asked before the end of the last session about what is it that is us not taking advantage of these so numerous opportunities to export. It's our readiness to export. That's the response that came. The market is there, it's knocking our doorstep. We made example of deciduous fruit and citrus fruit. The market came knocking with tonnage of every week, every month of 40-foot containers, but our producers were not ready to supply to the market. So what I'm saying, we need to deal with the matters, especially the internal systemic matters that made us, paralyzes us from taking advantage of these opportunities. Without further ado, buyers, partners, foreign missions abroad, colleagues, we are now getting into a session where we are looking at financial institutions to say, would you be able to finance me if I now secure an export order, which requires me to increase my production in order to respond to an export demand? We have got 3 institutions. These are not all institutions that have got, most institutions, especially commercial banks, they've got these instruments. However, those that were able to be available on the day are Standard Bank and Absa Bank. FNB and all other banks, Investec, Bidvest, they all work with us. You will see them in our consultation and our training services. They are normally there to present their products. The reason why they're not here today is not because they don't have these instruments, is that maybe the timing was not suitable for them to be able to come and present. So they are just presenting that to let you know that there are instruments that are available to all of those that have already identified opportunities or are negotiating export orders, to know that there are financiers that would be able to provide you. We will be starting with our own national government entity, which is the development finance institution called Industrial Development Corporation. It's going to be delivering a presentation on the financing instrument available within the Industrial Development Corporation to producers. I know they're not only exclusive to trade finance, but they've got other products for producers to enable them to produce, because even before you export, you need capital to produce. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I call upon Mr. Mandisi Khungu, the regional manager for the Industrial Development Corporation, who covers the areas from Amatolo all the way to OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo. That is the area of his operation within the Industrial Development Corporation. Mr. Khungu, the stage is yours. You can come forward to the podium. I'm not certain whether your presentation is ready. I think your presentation is ready. We've got this gadget. Hopefully you are able to use this gadget and you can literally drive your presentation. Some of us are old and it takes time to learn.
Okay, that's all right. I'll try. Sorry. Thanks, Mr. George, for that introduction. Colleagues, my name is Mandisi Khungu from the Industrial Development Corporation, which is a national development finance institution owned 100% by the South African government, created industrial development. So we do this through funding, providing risk capital for startup and existing entities that are looking to expand. I will touch briefly on the sectors that we support. So it would be anything within the manufacturing sector, So we cover all the various sectors within manufacturing, except for what we term sin industries. So that would be when someone wants to manufacture something like bullets, which we view to be sin products. So we cover all the sectors within manufacturing predominantly. And then outside manufacturing, we would look at the sector like the tourism sector. There we are talking about entities that are like hotels or entities that are involved in activities that attract tourists into the country. And then again, outside manufacturing, we also look at a sector like motion picture and motion films. So that's film production and radio broadcasting. And also we're quite big in the energy or electricity generation sector. We've done quite a lot of renewable energy projects. If you see the wind energies, both here in Kumcha and also in the Gqeberha area, a lot of those projects were funded. So we do a lot of renewable energy projects. And also agriculture and agro-processing, which I will talk to in a bit more detail as it is one of the areas that we focus on here in the Eastern Cape. And so those are, in a nutshell, the sectors that we cover. So our funding would start from a minimum of R1 million up to 1 billion. Looking at both South Africa and the African continent at large. So we would fund South African-based companies wanting to get into the continent, which obviously would be relevant for exporters around the table here. And also, in the export context, we would also fund South African entities that are looking to export products into the African continent and the world at large. So indeed, we are a funding partner to make those projects come to reality. Just for the purposes of today, I streamlined my presentation because I suspected that there's a lot of financiers here that will give a lot of information. So for the purpose of today, will focus on two funds that I want to present to you, which are recently launched. But we've got a lot of special funding schemes that we have available with various objectives. So I would just implore you to maybe have a look at our website for those types of funding schemes. But for the purpose of today, I will focus on the small industrial, on the COVID-19 small industrial distressed fund, and also the agri-industrial fund that was launched last week. If I can just move to the next slide. So which one should I press, green or red? Green. Almost died, but it's not moving. Can you just assist? Thanks. So just show me. Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, great. Great. Just on this one, if I will just highlight that we've recently gone through a realignment process. This would be most relevant, obviously, for entities that are based here in the Eastern Cape. Just to give some update on how we've changed the way we operate our regional offices, which are at the interface of our clients that come to IDC. So before, our regional offices were mainly marketing offices, taking inquiries and redirecting them to a relevant business unit at head office. But recently we've changed slightly in that we are now given a mandate to process applications that are up to 15 million directly here at the region. So we've got direct interface with our credit committee for all those applications that are between 1 million and 15 million, which is a positive for us because at least it streamlines the process and it gives us a little bit more control in terms of, the business assessment process. So that's really what I wanted to highlight with that slide, which is something that we are very excited about. Just as a region, if I may just briefly touch on our overall strategy, which is to focus on supporting localization efforts and also support entities that are looking to import, replace. And I think within this, we would also look a lot at entities that are looking to export because obviously that brings foreign currency for the country, which is a very good thing for us. So in terms of the areas of focus for the Eastern Cape, it's agriculture and agro-processing. And our approach within this sector is to focus, the mandate of IDC is predominantly on processing within the agricultural sector. But within the primary sector of agriculture, our approach is to fund long-term crops that are export-orientated, like high-value long-term crops that we're looking to export as a country. So that would include things like citrus, your berries, your nuts, which are high-value long-term crops. So with those, we can support without any processing element. But if you are wanting to set up an entity that will focus on cash crops, we would only consider the processing side of that application and not the primary. But if it's long-term, high-value, export-oriented crops, we would consider even if it's just a primary operation. I hope I've clarified that. So later in my presentation, just with regards to this, I will touch in a little bit more detail on the recently launched, which is fresh from the oven, fund that was launched last week, where IDC is getting into a partnership with the Department of Agriculture. Very exciting, but I will touch on that later in the presentation. And also we focus on the following sectors within manufacturing in the Eastern Cape, which is the automotive. As you know, the Eastern Cape is very big on this sector, so it goes without saying that we focus on it, where we mainly focus on SMEs that have got a relationship with your likes of MBSA. So we support those to take advantage of that value chain. And then it will be the clothing and textiles. We've got quite a few projects here in the Eastern Cape in that sector. Forestry, especially on the eastern side of the Eastern Cape, which is the former Transkei. There's a lot of forest plantations there, which we are looking to support. And also plastics. We've got an investment here in Timbaza that's currently making cooler boxes. So that's a sector that we also focus on. And also the tourism sector, as we all know, the Eastern Cape has got, very rich in tourism, still very much underutilized. But obviously at the moment, it's a very difficult sector to try and make new investments in. So our approach is very cautious on the sector at the moment. And just in general, establishing businesses in rural areas to enhance rural economy and sustainability. So, as I said, we've got a lot of special funding schemes that IDC has available. And if people want more information on those, because I just didn't want to have a lot of information overload with regards to each scheme, because each scheme is formed for a different purpose and it's got different criteria. So I will not speak to all of them. If you could please just maybe log on to our website, have a look, and if you've got any question, you can just approach any of our offices and we can just discuss the specifics. But because of the current situation, which is the pandemic, I want to discuss for the purposes of today the Small Industrial Business Distressed Fund that was formed last year, where IDC put 300 million to support entities that are negatively affected directly or indirectly by the COVID-19 pandemic. Here we are looking to support entities that are existing with a track record of at least 12 months, so you need to be at least 1 year in operation for you to be able to gain access to these funds. Annual turnover that does not exceed 100 million, sorry. So here we are looking to support small manufacturers or SMMEs, that have been affected negatively by the pandemic, because those, don't have reserves. So events such as the pandemic affect those a lot more than bigger manufacturers. And then you must be registered in South Africa and have a clear turnaround plan over the next 3 years. So basically, the qualifying sectors are the sectors that I've mentioned, which IDC would support. And then on this fund, you can access the following facilities, such as a revolving credit facility. Mr. George mentioned, funding that is based on orders. So that revolving credit facility would work very well for such type applications. And then your long-term working capital, maybe over a 3-year period, guarantees and also asset-based finance. So that means finance to buy machinery, we can look to fund under this fund. The exciting part of it is the concessionary interest rate that it goes with, which is funding that can be accessed at prime less 3%. I mean, if you look at the prime rate at the moment, it's really a very, very good rate that can be accessed there. And its applications between 1 million to a maximum of 15 million that you can access out of this fund, with repayment terms of up to a maximum of 5 years. So it's really one that we are excited about, that small manufacturers with turnover of not exceeding 100 million can take advantage of. And then the second one I want to discuss specifically is this one that was launched last week, where IDC, in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, received funding from the department of 1 billion rand to be spent over the next 5 years to support entities within the agricultural sector. So here the funding mechanism will be, funding can be accessed 40%, up to 40% from the grant, which is the 1 billion rand facility, and the remainder of the funding obtained from a senior loan or a debt facility from IDC. So it's a very nice co-funding arrangement that we have come up with to assist entities that do not have their own funding to put into, call it startup projects or even existing businesses looking to expand, but again within the agricultural sector. So here we are looking to support agricultural entities that are at least 60% black-owned, entities, that have acquired their land parcels and show viable business proposals. We also support, as I said, existing entities that are looking to expand either on privately owned land or land that has been obtained through the government land reform process. And it can cover both, the purchase of capital equipment and infrastructure, which is a big thing because infrastructure before is not something that we used to fund easily. And it can cover working capital and a production loan as well. And then within agriculture, these are the sub-sectors that it covers, which is your high-value export-oriented crops that I've mentioned, We make examples of citrus, avocado, table grapes, blueberries there, but it's not limited to that. But as long as it's a high value export crop, so we're not looking to fund things like vegetables that take, let's say, 3 to 6 months to grow. It must be something like citrus that will take, maybe like 4 years to come into production. Those are the kind of products that we're looking to fund, using this agricultural fund. And also we look the poultry sector, where we are looking to fund contract growers that will produce a minimum of 200,000 birds per production cycle. Also livestock, but with livestock, it must be linked. So we apply an integrated approach, meaning that you must have a processing facility linked, to that project. So if let's say you want to set up or own an abattoir and want to go backwards into the value chain and and set up a livestock that will support that abattoir. So that's the kind of integrated approach that I'm referring to. So indeed, if you are saying you just want to set up a feedlot with no clear link to the abattoir, then we can't look at that because we view that to be the primary sector of agriculture. So I hope I've made that clear. But with poultry, it's slightly different in that you can just be an independent contract grower, but you need to have that contract with a chicken abattoir where we can see the clearing. It doesn't have to be the same person doing that, but with the livestock, you need to be the same person. It must be the abattoir going back into the feedlot. And because the reason for the poultry, the slight difference in poultry is because of we want to enhance our efforts to import replace in that sector, because South Africa imports quite a lot of poultry. So these are efforts to replace those imports. And also expansionary acquisitions. So if you are a black individual wanting to acquire a processing entity within agriculture that will use that funding to expand its operations, those are the expansionary acquisitions we refer to. So that will be in all these subsectors that we've mentioned within agriculture. So you can access funding out of this fund. I think I will stop here, Mr. George. I don't want to do an information overload. As I said, we are here. We've got offices here in Mthatha, East London, and Gqeberha. I must not forget. So please do get into our website, and then let's engage if you've got any areas of uncertainty. Thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you, Mr. Khunu. We're not going to waste time here. We note your questions because the two coming presenters will also present, or questions will be entertained at the end of the presentation. They will wait also for entertaining the questions. I'm not sure whether Absa Bank, Mr. Buhani Hlongwane is already on the line. Okay, we are now going to take our next presentation. We'll be ready. Those who are joining virtually online and everybody else, please note your questions because we're only going to be entertaining questions once the next presentation, all the presentations are in.
trying to log in my presentation. Please give me 1 second or so. I should be able to do that. Just 1 second. I should be able to log in my presentation just now. And then we'll
apologize for the small glitch in the connection. I'm sure Mr. Hlungwane will be able to put up his presentation and share on the screen shortly. Please bear with us.
Okay, I seem to struggle with my presentation. Please, one second, it should be. Okay, my sincere apologies. I don't seem to be able to log on to upload my presentation for this. But I think, thank you very much for the time. I'll take a few minutes to just talk through, and I'll share my presentation later, but I'll just talk through a few key points. And I did look through the program and realize that there has been a lot of talk about the free trade agreement. And so I'm hoping that I won't spend a lot of time in terms of just talking through that. But I think it's important to just reflect on 3 key observations or 3 key points for me. One is the kind of market that is created by the free trade area agreement, the Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, that it brings together over $3 trillion worth of GDP in the African, regional African economy, which, although previously would not have been accessible to SMEs from any part of the world, including SMEs in South Africa and in the Eastern Cape in this case, the free trade area essentially means that the playing field is actually been enlarged. I think that's the first one. I think it's important to notice that. And secondly, to say that as part of the free trade area, the intra-Africa trade as a proportion or percentage of total Africa trade is about 17, 18, 19%, depending on what number you're looking at from what study. With the free trade area, that number is expected to come up to grow by at least 50% in the next few years. I think that's another important aspect. The third important aspect that I think it's important for the SMEs it's the non-tariff barriers. To say that historically, it's been quite a challenge for many SMEs and many exporters and importers to be able to move goods and services across borders, so goods across borders. And I think the gradual reduction of non-tariff barriers and the initiative put together by the Commission in the AU, and as far as the gradual reduction of that is an important aspect. Now, that is what the AFCFTA is meant to do, and essentially it's presenting that opportunity to all the SMEs that have been exhibiting in the Eastern Cape Export Symposium. Now, from a banking perspective, or from a finance perspective, the challenge that we're dealing with is that multiple studies will show that there is at least $120 billion worth of a financing gap. And that gap is largely on the SMEs. And the reasons why that is so, it's multiple reasons. Amongst others is, of course, it's lack of information from the SMEs themselves, generally speaking, because I might have started a business 6 months ago, which means I don't have 3 years worth of financial reports. The second important aspect is I might not be having any assets or to provide to banks as security, so that again starts to become a problem, and I might not even be profitable yet. So therefore, if you look through my financials, or if you look through my business, you may not be able to see all these kinds of things. Now, this is a problem that seizes us every day as a bank, as ABSA Group, in terms of what is it that we can do, or what is it that we can offer to the SMEs to be able to access financing better. Now, before I talk about what ABSA can do or what ABSA does, let me also just reflect a little bit about what financial institutions in general can do because of the free trade area. One of the things about financing is you finance better when you understand the ecosystem. Now, first and foremost, of course, there's a requirement for regulators to insist, in my view, on local content in terms of multiple projects that happen across the continent, but also to insist on the right kind of regulations around women-owned businesses and youth-owned businesses. So that's first aspect. But as far as financial institutions are concerned, I see an opportunity that now starts to be accelerated because we will be understanding the ecosystem within which the SME plays better. In other words, it may be it may be providing or supplying services and goods and services to a particular project, bigger project, which, for example, it's one that is AFCFTA endorsed, or it's part of the strategic investments that are being made in order to fast track the enablement of the free trade area. So one of the things that I think is critically important is that because these SMEs are part of these particular ecosystems, we start to have more information about the SMEs as a result of them being part of particular projects. And sometimes even particular trades that are quite important to the countries in questions. Now, having said that, from a bank perspective, there are multiple solutions that we have in place, and a lot of those have to do with understanding what the SME is, what kind of business the SME is doing, who they supply to. So if you think about it, and you look at an end-to-end production cycle of any business or any sector, that starts with bidding, that starts to happen, for example, in terms of bidding for business. And in order to bid for business, a lot of contractors, a lot of sponsors would require bid guarantees, and then so if you started from needing to bid for business all the way up to performing and starting to supply, and then of course having supplied, sitting back and waiting for payments. In that working capital cycle or in that production cycle, there are many opportunities for us as banks to finance, and ABSA in particular has multiple solutions that range from the bid bonds, the performance bonds that enable you to be able to play a part in bidding for business or bidding for particular projects. And then I think once you've done that and you start to have to perform, you start to have to provide services, we can look at a whole range of pre-production and pre-shipment financing in the form of either overdrafts, in the form of short-term loans that allows us, having understood your own cash conversion cycle as a customer, to actually look at ways through which you can provide pre-production or pre-shipment financing that actually takes comfort in the fact that we understand your own cash conversion cycle. So that allows you to perform, that allows you to produce, that allows you to procure services. And then of course, once you've then provided these services to multiple buyers across the continent, and importantly, because we are present in multiple countries, in at least 10 countries in the rest of the continent, in Southern Africa, in West Africa, as well as in East Africa, we're then able to look at who are these buyers that are actually that you are supplying to, who are these large local corporates, who are these public sector names that you are supplying to, and we can understand the ecosystem very well to the extent that we can be able to look at those anchor buyers and be able to provide financing to you by discounting the receivables that we have in place, either through a supplier finance program or through a receivables program, or just normal invoice discounting, because we understand the ecosystem within which you operate. And sometimes after you've finished your project, there may be a need for retention bonds as you seek or you want to access the financing that may be retained as part of the project that you've engaged on. Now, in short, as I come to the closure, there are multiple forms of financing that we as the bank is able to provide, and you can talk to our various specialists that are stationed across the entire Eastern Cape, whether it is in East London or wherever, but in the entire Eastern Cape. So my apologies once again in terms of the presentation, but I think in summary, that is what we're able to do. And I think the free trade area, it's a great opportunity for all SMEs. Please come through to talk to us, talk to our specialists, talk to our bankers, and we'll be able to provide you more information on how best you can take advantage of these opportunities. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think we're not going to waste any more time because our next presenter is online. Mr. Hlungwane, you can please remain for the question and answer session later. Mr. Eran Singh, who is hailing from Standard Bank, is ready online to give us the next presentation and will then entertain questions. Thank you.
Hi team, are you able to hear me?
Perfectly well, sir. You can commence with your presentation.
Thank you, Alexi. And Thank you everyone for your attendance. My name is Iran Singh. I'm from the business banking arm of Standard Bank, and I'm responsible for trade across the country. May I get a confirmation that I am A, both audible, and B, that you can see the presentation that I'm sharing, which is on a blue background with the title Trade by Standard Bank.
Positive on both, Mr. Singh. We are able to hear you clearly, and your presentation is on the screen.
Can someone revert? Can you hear me? I know Alexi gave me the thumbs up, but I just want to make absolutely sure before I continue.
Yeah, continue. We can hear you, and your presentation is on the screen.
Okay, so I'll continue. If there's a change, just come on and shout out. Okay, so the philosophy at Standard Bank is within trade, we would like to present our clients with a solution that works from the beginning to the end. So in other words, a working capital solution that covers the payable, the inventory phase, as well as the receivable component. And we believe that if we are able to do that, we will be in a position to assist our clients in growing. So, what are the risks that someone that is looking to trade has to face? So you need to find trusted and credible suppliers, buyers, and providers. Let me just check if that could be Linda. Iran Singh, hello. Hi. Good, thanks. Who is this? Okay, no, I can't take the call at the moment. Thank you. Bye. My apologies. I thought, perhaps someone from this team was trying to contact me. So you need to find trusted and credible suppliers. This is obviously incredibly important, specifically now where certain supply chains may be impacted. So, for example, if one used to import from maybe a certain port in India, that port becomes COVID affected, which means everything that you're getting from there will no longer be arriving. You then have to scramble around to find alternate suppliers. You may be also faced in a situation, for example, in South Africa, you are a plastic bucket manufacturer and you're suddenly unable to get your input items from our normal providers because of various plant turnarounds and the like. Then as a client, you also have to manage your working capital. So in other words, have enough money to be able to pay your suppliers so that they continue to supply to you, and also be able to fund your manufacturing and eventual sale process. In addition, one of the other things that does tend to eat up your working capital is the logistics costs associated with moving your products. You have to manage the import process specifically, which is very complex and time consuming, and that is naturally the same if you are an exporter. One also wants to have visibility and transparency in the associated costs and processes. So a bank will charge you interest, a freight forwarder will charge you a certain amount for the container, SARS will charge you certain customs and excise duties, and once you've added all of that up, the profit number you may have penciled in for a particular execution may not even materialize. So you could have thought, I will bring pens in from China at a cost of 5 rands a piece, and I have a contract to sell them at 5 rands 50 a piece, and I'll be happy with the margin that I'm then making. However, perhaps the pen was incorrectly tariffed, and the landed cost then becomes 575. Then the whole endeavor would have been to your detriment. Naturally, we are aware of all of these factors and integrate all of this in the offering that we provide to our clients. So we optimize our trade on 3 interdependent components that work together. From a working capital facility, that is kind of what you would expect from any of your bankers. That is, we would provide you with funding for your working capital needs. Then we would also look at efficiencies within your business. What can we do to make your life as a business easier? So as an example, the import process that we've just mentioned, because it is fiendishly complex, Standard Bank is in a position to be able to execute that for you. In other words, from your working capital facility, not only can we pay your suppliers, but we are also in a position to then collect the goods for you in the foreign harbor, clear them, put them on a ship for you, bring them all the way to Durban, get them off a ship, pay the relevant duties, put them on a truck, and then deliver them straight to your warehouse. So as an importer, this element that would have consumed a lot of your time and probably caused you an immense amount of gray hair is now effectively managed externally on your behalf. Simply put, all you need to do is give us the supplier invoice that you need paid, and we will take care of it from there on inward. Now, naturally, efficiency is not only about your administrative efficiency, it is also about cost. So, in other words, we would be able to bring those goods in at a rate superior than you would be able to get on your own. So, for example, if you only bring in one container a month, you would get charged accordingly by your freight forwarder. Whereas with the Standard Bank Trade Solution, which is called Trade Suite, you would have basically access to the economy of scale of all of Standard Bank's trade business that we're moving. As a result, your cost per container would be far more competitive than you would be able to access on your own. The last element of our offering is trust. So as we mentioned earlier, dealing with suppliers, especially new suppliers, that you can trust. You don't want to be in a situation where either you are paying a supplier and you don't get your goods. In certain instances, you may not be able to manage that with, for example, a letter of credit. So a letter of credit basically guarantees you performance, and it guarantees the party on the other side payment should they perform. However, it will often be found that a supplier overseas may not be willing to take a letter of credit, which then would place you at risk. And in our structured solution, we are then able to provide you with suppliers who can supply what it is that you require at a competitive price and with guaranteed performance. So our solution centers, as I've covered, around working capital, trust and efficiencies that we can bring to your business, the ability to provide you with logistics services, the ability to assist with your planning and your costing on products. From a simplicity perspective, you deal with just one person for your import rather than having to deal with a separate freighter, a separate forwarder, a separate person at customs, etc., etc. And we are able to provide you additional buyers for your product. So with no marketing effort of your own, we can find you buyers of that thing that you make, and we can also find you suppliers for things that you may need. As you're aware, Standard Bank is a prominent global bank, and we have been recognized specifically for trade finance provision by Global Finance, among other leading bodies. So let's look at how we can give you a secure and trusted trade environment. So performance and payment risk can be eliminated with documentary trade products. You are able to explore international markets for import or export opportunities. We can introduce you to vetted, trusted suppliers and buyers. When you are looking at the logistics element, we have a panel of some of the best service providers in the country. So we have 3 service providers who basically actually move the goods for us. It's not Standard Bank that owns the ship as such. And we use our scale and relationship to benefit from better rates, passing on that saving to you, and improved service and delivery times, because we are moving a lot more volume, and as a consequence, the efficiencies that we are able to bring become more significant and benefit you by getting your goods to you sooner, or getting your goods sent where they need to be sooner, so that you get paid sooner. In terms of your planning, we are able to ensure that your profit margins are maintained. You get full accuracy in your cost, including the hedging of the currency. We provide you with a landed cost calculator that will tell you per unit how much it has cost you, so that you know definitively that pen that you thought you would bring in at 5 rands and sell at 5.50, we might be able to sell you definitively, well, actually you've brought each pen in at 4 rands 90, which means you can continue to sell it at 5.50 and make an additional 10 cent in profit, or perhaps sell it at 5 rands 40 and gain a greater market share because everyone else is selling those pens at 5.50. We're able to tell you the timeline of your import. When will the supplier deliver the goods? How long it will take for them to move, and what payments will be necessary through the journey. So in other words, if you have an advance payment, 70% on shipment, etc., etc. This is an idea of what something like that would look like. In this particular instance, the client is importing blood bags, which are the kind of things that the South African National Blood Service utilizes. His full supplier invoice was 11.7. And if you look here carefully, we are able to tell him definitively for the 100,000 bags of this particular first kind that he imported, his total landed cost was 64 rands and 53 cents, which basically means providing he's selling it at greater than 64 rands 53, he would be making a profit, and so on across the 3 separate items that he is importing. As you can see, there is a breakdown of the supplier costs, in other words, what he paid for the manufacturer for the bags. LSP, which stands for Logistics Service Provider, so in other words, how much he has paid to move the items to come to South Africa. Customs charges, in this particular instance, there are none, but obviously one would want to know what customs charges you are paying, if that's necessary. How much are you paying in fees and interest? In other words, the cost to finance this particular shipment. We also then break it down more definitively into this is how much you pay your suppliers, this is how much you pay to move, and this is how much it costs you in fees and interest with your banker, obviously in this case Standard Bank. We then look at the trade cycle, how long each particular step has taken, and also advise you on mechanisms by which certain of these steps can be reduced, or the time period for those steps. You deal with a single person. They do your order management, your shipment, your payment, your deliveries. You concentrate on the business that you're good at, if it happens to be selling pens. And this just illustrates all the things that clients that don't utilize this solution have to basically do for themselves. So they have to find a shipping partner. If the first one doesn't work out, you have to find another one. They have to do all of the payments and insurance themselves. They have to do their own calculation. And if they've left something out, there's always the risk that the balance sheet profit you may have anticipated fails to materialize. They place the order. They have to worry about where the goods are. They have to get a shipping partner done, manage the order, make the payments, warehouse the goods, sell the goods, and eventually repay their financier. So our products are basically Trade Suite. Trade Suite manages the import of your goods for you. We offer you trade finance, which is either in a documentary trade manner or through open account, normally trade invoice finance. Here we give you a facility for a creditworthy client, and from that facility we then make the payment to the supplier. The goods are then imported, inventoried or manufactured, and when you eventually sell it off to your debtor and your debtor pays you is when you repay us back for this revolving trade finance loan. The last element is Trade Club, which is the means by which we can extend your marketing reach to over 17,000 other credit-worthy businesses throughout South Africa. I will end there because I'm also conscious of the time at my disposal, and stop sharing the screen and take any questions that have arisen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. We now have come to the end of the presentation for the last session.
Also, Alexi, as my only contact, can you confirm that everything came through?
Alexi?
Lovely.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Okay, now we're gonna take questions to all presenters.
And maybe I can do a quick demo. If you can tell me someone in the audience and what they are looking to export, or what do they export?
Okay. Our audience is virtually and physically. We can take anyone, whether he's one virtually that has joined us virtually or someone physically here. If anyone wants to volunteer, are you able to?
So maybe I'll just use a, let's assume wine, right? We'll assume wine. So I'll share a different screen with you. So this might be familiar to you. This is basically the Standard Bank website. You can, as a client of Standard Bank, you just go here, you type in Trade Club. It'll take a moment to load up. Okay, so here we are. We are connecting you to a world of suppliers and buyers. So I click on that. Now, you are free to explore this even if you are not a Standard Bank client, but you won't be able to access all of the functionality. As a Standard Bank client, you will be able to create a business card, and that business card would then be visible to basically 17,000 credit-worthy businesses throughout the country, right? So here I obviously am a member, so I'm able to log in. Okay, and then here I am, I've logged in. So given that there isn't an example, let's assume that I am a winemaker. I know that, new lockdown things are happening, and I might not be in a position to sell my wine into South Africa. Now, what do I do with all of this wine that I've already made, right? So I would go in, okay. That's perfect. So we're looking for wine. I want to export it to a country because obviously, I can't sell it in South Africa. Maybe I don't know which country I want to export it to, right? So I'll just search. I've got all this wine. Let's see, what am I going to do with it? Cool. So this tells me where I can send my wine to. It's stacked by the biggest markets. So I take a look at the US, it's only growing by about 6%, not really interested there. The UK, 1.2%. Germany seems to be not drinking wine, so maybe I don't want to go into that market. Oh, wait a minute. Japan looks pretty good. 7.5% growth, a market in excess of 1.8 billion US dollars. So maybe I want to take a look at this one. So I just take a click onto it. Obviously, it takes a few moments, but here we are. So while that loads up, so these are my market opportunities in Japan, right? I can see what Japan has been importing from South Africa. What are the total imports in Japan to my product? Who am I competing with? Where are they getting most of their wine from? So if this is a bad year for wine in France, I'll be on a winning wicket. I can read market studies about everything I need to know about the wine industry in Japan. I know which international trade shows are being held, and I might want to go to them or send my product to these trade shows, specializing in wine so that people can taste them and buy more. I can go into a business directory where presently there are 75 businesses that are focused on wine in Japan. So I might go to them and say, I've got a product, I can send it to you, right? Now, you're not just going to send stuff over. There are controls, right? What customs do you pay on that? That detail is there. How do you have to classify it? What are the specialist details, right? Measurement converter. Maybe wine is sold in ounces rather than liters. And I will need to know how to adjust my bottling and labeling to manage that. I would need to calculate the cost of exporting. Are there duties and things that may make my item uneconomic? What shipping documents will I need? But these tend to be standard. And you can also go into more and more detail as you wish. So that in a nutshell, in a short demonstration, is the Standard Bank value proposition. It centers on growth. We're focused on giving our clients tools that will allow them to grow. And at that point, my presentation concludes. I cannot see any questions. Alexi, can you confirm that everything is fine and everyone's been able to see and hear the thing I've done? Again, thumbs up, so happy on this side, and I assume
Mr.
happy
Singh,
on yours.
thank you very much. We will capture questions. There are questions that come through our chat box. We will capture those and make sure that they are also responded to. Are there any questions to the three presenters from the financial institutions that presented this afternoon? I can see that financing institutions now are
Thank you everyone for your time. I will now leave. Have a great day further, and thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Even if the presenters are gone, we will still, entertain your questions. The contact details that are going to come on the screens, on the screen right now, will be the website and the email address, so that I know a lot of those that have joined virtually usually send a number of questions and inquiry or recommendations via email or interact with our website. Thank you very much to all our presenters. We have now come to the end of the last session of our very long symposium. The exhibition is still open downstairs. Those that are exhibiting physically and those that are in exhibition virtually are still being viewable to our market and all of those that are interested. But having come to the end of the last session, I just want to, just go through this. When we started yesterday, we started with looking into the current realities of the global environment within which we trade. We had a presentation, a very interesting presentation on globally what are the implications of the restrictions that have been brought by COVID-19 upon traders. But we also looked at what are the implications that have been exposed by the trade war between China and the US, and what are the opportunities for traders, despite the challenges that are being exposed. But we also looked at the implication of the movement out of EU of one of our longest standing trading partner, the UK, on our trade and what are the opportunities. With COVID-19, we saw a lot of presentation that in the first session of yesterday were focusing on how the global economic slowdown impacted on trade and the restrictions thereof. But the presentation also exposed the opportunities that emerged out of the challenges that were brought by COVID-19. And some of the new trends that started to emerge, including the increased value of online method of doing business, and the emergence of new giants who are not engineering companies or companies that are in oil and gas, but rather software companies, online companies that are looking to even swallow the long traditional big giants in the world, and how these new software companies are making other companies reliant on them. We saw the Amazon and the emergence of new competitors for companies. Companies for automotive industry being a software company, which was not traditionally the trend in the past. But software companies now becoming competitors to pharmaceutical companies, being competitors to automotive companies, and so forth and so forth. So it was clear that global market is changing, and the increased value of data and information in global trade. To become a big player and you become a successful global trader, data now becomes the new oil and gas, the increase in the value of that. And all of these new companies that are emerging giants in the software industries, in the software industry, are now cashing in on the value of data that they possess to expand their reach beyond their traditional scope and market reach. But this morning we went into various regions. We started into the African region and look at the opportunities that are emerging there. If you look at the West Africa, the presentation was focusing more on, the other countries like Australia, the UAE and GCC states, the US, was focusing on, this is what we buy, these are the markets, these are the requirements that we have. But if you look at most of the African countries, they were saying, these are the raw materials that we produce. Like you look at Guinea, this is cocoa in the particular region, this is bauxite, we are the biggest producer of bauxite. But it seems from, if you look at the manner the presentation were made, that we've got these primary products, raw materials, minerals, which we export to other regions raw. South Africa, do you have the manufacturing capability to come and invest in this country? And they even in Ghana and in Guinea were saying, what are the requirements for an investor here? What are the steps? There are 4 steps in Ghana that you go through in order to invest and give and lend. But they were actually inviting, they were not, as opposed to other regions, they were saying, we've got raw materials that we're exporting raw. We've got primary products that we're exporting raw. Are there takers in South Africa that have got an appetite and the capability to come and invest in our country? We'll make it easy. You'll give you tax holidays and all of that. But why I'm saying all of this, I want us to already, those who are joining us virtually and those that are joining us, that are here physically, to start looking into the main issues and themes that were coming out of these presentations. The rest of the world, the UAE, GCC states, the Australia, the US, were focusing on them buying from us, though they did mention slightly the opportunities for foreign direct investment into their countries. But they were focusing on what the import basket is for our companies to understand and the requirement for them to qualify. Cosmos, who's a partner to the ECDC, also mentioned that the ECDC, the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, has entered into an agreement with the USAID SATI Hub, Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub, on a cost-sharing basis to assist companies to cover the cost of requirements to enter into the US, like the FDA costs, the costs related to legal fees, the costs related to packaging, labeling, and so forth. We have done that, and you see one of the companies where a similar cost-sharing has done, Coty Chocolate, that's now selling in the US. Also went through all of that because it's not easy and cheap to get into a new market because there are so many requirements. But there are provisions made that are available to producers that wish to export to support you to get into those markets. But on top of that, there are agencies that are working with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition that provide services to train you, to provide information on exporting. But I think what is important now is that you see that even financing institutions now have expanded the scope of support to traders. Traders are very fortunate these days. It's up to the readiness. If you do have an export product or export service, then you can take a bank. A bank will take you to the market, will take you to a freight forwarder, will take you to the services that you require throughout the value chain. And you'd focus on production. You see what I mean? Which is very good. Instead of going to a freight forwarder, going to customs clearance, you go to one institution and take that institution as a partner. And that partner will take you through because, you know, it was painful when the presentation on the CFTA were made. How many documents? Currently, without the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Area, how many documents moving that you require to sign, moving one product from one country to another country within the African continent? They are scary. But if you've got to have an institution like a bank that will take care of the documentation and you producing and making sure that the products are available, then you've got a very good partner that takes care of the bulk of the headache. The reason why we're providing this contact detail is that there are people online that are still communicating, either communicating with us or communicating with the businesses that are here. But also there are people that may have questions that were not well structured and constructed at this point in time that may still you want to send inquiries or questions that you want to pose to presenters that were not available to answer questions during presentation. You can still send those questions. They'll be entertained. The presentation will be, and the activities, and most of the activities that are here will be will be available on our website but we will also have the communication sent through those addresses. Linda, are we having the website address here? So the website also will be added there. The website is www.ecexportsymposium.co.za. What we'll do is that we are compiling the recordings and the proceedings and the presentations, and we'll make that information available on the website, including the details of the companies that were in exhibition, if one wants those companies. And it is also important that the Rwandan delegation or buyers that were negotiating with our companies, if the contact to those companies is needed, because I know some of the companies were not able to attend the presentation to the Rwandan buyers that were on the sidelines of yesterday's proceedings. We will then make the details and the contact details of such companies available so that we can, because the Export Symposium and exhibition is just an event, but it doesn't end there. It's a beginning of a process for those that have identified market and opportunities. So that's why we're saying we should not look to the end of the symposium as the end of what we are here for. It should be the beginning of the process of connecting to the market that we've identified and the opportunities that were presented here. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentations will be made available. The information, we compile a report at the end of each of our export symposium. And I'm glad to announce that the Eastern Cape government, as I mentioned in 2019, took a decision to make this event an annual event that takes place every March of the year because of the value of the exposure that the Eastern Cape producers get and the amount of information that gets exchanged to the policymakers, to the trade and investment agencies, and to all those who seek to find out what are the trends globally are with respect to trade, if you want to prepare yourself to be a significant player in the global trade arena. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are there. It's a question of the state of readiness of our producers. And I'm glad that our local government, our municipalities are partners to this, because the investments and traders are not operating at provincial and national level, they're operating at municipal level. So it's very important that this partnership that we had with Buffalo City Metro, where we have an export help desk that provide real support. My colleague from Nelson Mandela Metro used to work for the DTIC. He said to me, Mr. George, I've got a problem with this term export help desk. You know, at the DTIC, export help desks are just post boxes. They post information. And I said, well, yeah, it's fine. But here, export help desks do real work. They train exporters. They provide information. They take exporters to real platforms to meet clients. They organize webinars. They do business-to-business sessions. So they do more than post boxes. They just operate like full-fledged offices. So both the Export Help Desk office in the Buffalo City Metro, which is the partnership within ECDC and the Buffalo City Metro, and the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Export Help Desk, they are not merely post boxes or post offices. They are real, fully-fledged service providers to exporters on a number of arenas, including information, including new markets, market lead, to a point that even if you need market information, I mean, you want to look at what a market, Rwanda imports, in what volumes, and where are they importing it from. We do make those reports because we've got instruments that we make available to our client, but also our partners. It's an instrument that ECDC subscribe to on an annual basis that makes it easy within an hour, whereas it used to take about 7 days to make a market report. We can also make a product report. You saw when US presented and the USAID Sati Hub, out of more than 5,000 tariff lines that are available for us to export to the US duty-free, we only utilizing about 887 of the 5,000, meaning the bulk of these tariff lines are not exploited. But that bilateral agreement was meant to make sure that the African countries and the USA, which is a very big market, the USA makes it easy for the companies in our countries in Africa to operate and trade on a more advantageous level to other countries that are outside AGOA in terms of price competitiveness. But we are now even, in South Africa, we're even threatened and overtaken by a small country like Lesotho in terms of how much the value of apparel, clothing, textile that go to AGOA and that go to the US and AGOA. Meaning there is other information that is not going to the customers, or maybe the lack of understanding of the value of what you can derive from exporting to the US using the current AGOA, which is going to come to an end in 2025 after it was renewed by the former President Barack Obama in 2015. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our Eastern Cape Export Symposium and Exhibition 2021. The conferencing part has come to an end. However, our exhibitors are still there. Networking sessions are being encouraged. This is an opportunity not only to be here, but also to continue networking. The report is going to be made available to our website, the www.eastern.ec Export Symposium, ecexportsymposium.co.za, and continue sending inquiries and questions and information. If there is anything that needs clarity, we will be available to assist you. We will continue with other programs that were mentioned by the Honorable MEC Mvoko yesterday, the Exporter Development Program, the Global Exporter program. Those are training program and mentorship program. Will continue providing all other services, providing a platform for companies to get to missions that are connecting with various countries of the world. And we, every year, at the beginning of the financial year, we publicize our missions and the sectors that are involved in our mission through our media, print media, radio, and so forth. So that is made, and we also make it available through the ECDC website. And for that, thank you very much. You have been a very pleasant audience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye from my side.